I'd like to go ahead and call the meeting to order. If you join me for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Josh, can you do the roll call for us?
Yes, sir. Rachel Arizmendi.
Present.
Ashley Bourne.
Here.
Don Bransford. Here. Don Cameron. Here. Nancy Cassidy. Here. Helene Dillard. Mike Gallo. Here. Crystal Haling. Here. Eric Holst. Jeff Huckabee. Bryce Lundberg. Yes. Martha Montoya. Joyce Sterling. Yes. Andy Thulin. Present. Chris Valadez. Here. Thank you. Mr. President, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Josh. At this time, we'd like to get approval for the minutes from the May 7th meeting. Second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Madam Secretary, you are up for the departmental report.
So the most important update is I took a vacation. That was a long time promise to Barry Ross, and it was great. It's always good to go taste food and wine. I'll just leave it at that. Yeah. But May was a busy month. We released the May Revise, and there are several highlights in that, including some additional funding for our Animal Health Division. What we're seeing with our virulent Newcastle's disease is we need to have bodies embedded with this community, so prevalent backyard kind of livestock issues, and being able to be in a more proactive position with that. That will also give us the staff that we need for emergency response in wildfires and other kinds of things. We were just really strained, and so I'm very grateful to Governor Newsom for listening to that and working on that. We still have a few items that are outstanding, including what the final numbers will be for the Citrus Health Program. Unfortunately, every Friday brings a new email of how many more trees with Wang Lang Bing that we have, including a couple of weeks ago in Riverside County, so we'll continue to work on that. We also have a biodiversity funding request in that has not yet been closed out. This follows up from the previous administration. CDFA and the Department of Fish and Wildlife and the Office of Planning and Research worked with a group of botanists and ecologists, people who are all about plants and bugs. It was a very fun, enthusiastic group to work with, and it was a year-long process with Governor Brown really pushing us to come up with an initiative. Chuck Bonham and I have had a chance to brief Secretary Crowfoot on that, and really looking at how we integrate that into all the other things that we're doing, but as part of natural working landscapes, and really helping our urban public in particular really appreciate what these working landscapes can bring as far as public benefits, in addition to the great food and fiber that we harvest from those lands. We also have, as part of the May Revise, a very modest increase for our inspection services for food safety. And these are really following the pattern of what we've done on our climate smart agriculture, with additional positions that are out providing technical assistance on what is climate smart agriculture and assisting people in applying for those programs and knowing about those incentive programs. We just felt that with the work that we have been doing for the last 2 years, with the cooperative agreement and the funding that comes with that from Food and Drug Administration, farmers are so overwhelmed. They don't know if they're going to a SIGMA meeting, an Irrigated Ag Lands meeting, or a Food Safety Modernization Act meeting. And I've been trained by my previous boss to not use FSMA, ILRP, and SIGMA, and I just spelled it all out for you. And we saw real merit in getting some additional cooperative extension staff people in the field that are just doing education. This is based on what we were seeing from the on-farm readiness audits, that there's a lot more time that needs to be spent with the farm community to know what we're doing and why, because this is a real shift from not just responding to proactively preventing and doing more hazard type analysis. So we think it was a very worthwhile and that we can leverage that with upcoming additional cooperative agreements and funding from Food and Drug Administration. We had an interesting situation. You know, for over 25 years now, we have been flying over the LA basin to release sterile medflies. That's a significant change and a continuum of using best available science and working with all of our science community and academics to come up with this program. And it requires that we have 24/7 fly breeding happening in our plant in Hawaii. They're shipped, the pupa are shipped in these little plastic bags, and they come to Los Alamitos, which is not an active military plant, but the National Guard is very present there. We needed that flyway so that we can put planes up every day of the year, every day of the year. With budget cutbacks between USDA and us, we'd have successfully used, like, we go over rows and we'll skip, but we've still been very successful with that sterile fly technology. Well, the planes had to stop flying for a little while because some of the lighting had gone out and we needed to update it. And it's not like it's a high priority for the Defense Department. So once again, the National Guard continually amazes me with how they step up to be of service every day, not just in the bad times. And so I called General Baldwin and asked for his assistance to try to move this up on the priority list. I'll buy the light bulbs. We'll send the people down to put the lights in. He was on it immediately, and it wasn't 2 or 3 weeks. It was done immediately, and we're back up, and everything's certified to continue that. So that's just the great kinds of partnerships that we have across this administration. We did, at the beginning of the month, Governor Newsom, having just been elected, and Governor Brown was out of state, and he was the acting governor to declare the state of emergency for Paradise, and then traveled with Governor Brown and the president there. He has been very focused on emergency response and making sure that people are prepared. And so we spent a 5-hour session with all of the secretaries were there, of really walking through what it is for continuity of government, all those things that's easy for the public to just go, I guess it just happens, and there are people who dedicate their lives to that. It was a great session, and it was a great opportunity to watch my colleagues who hadn't been through this and they're new to go, oh, is this happening? It's like, it was a great opportunity, and Governor Newsom is really showing strong leadership in those efforts. I know the counties and cities yesterday hosted a day-long event on Are You Prepared for Emergency? So those are the kinds of things that are going on. Hemp regulations for registration were released in May. Mr. Chairman, welcome. Very nice to have you here. Generating a lot of questions, a lot of enthusiasm, and a lot of confusion. We are stuck in this kind of uncertain time where we need to have the federal government at USDA finish their regulations. They originally projected they would not have those done at all in 2019. They are now projecting they should have them done by September. We also have out a draft of our testing and sampling regs that went out for draft just last week, their emergency, just to help us get this program stood up at the state level. But a lot of counties are taking very different positions, and so there's just a lot of confusion on that. And then one of the things we did at the first of the month, and I know that everyone here is aware of it, there was a decision based on some of the work that had happened starting 2 years ago of sending a product, chlorpyrifos is the active product. It's an organophosphate. It's had increasing mitigation measures put on its use. It's a restricted use pesticide. And the significant changes in mitigation measures for any use starting in 2019. It went through a toxic air contaminant review at the Air Board, and based on some of the decisions and conclusions that were done there, the administration announced at the first part of May that we will start the cancellation process for use of that product in the state of California. That will take some time to do it. There's a lot of administrative processes to go through, including the Administrative Procedures Act. And the governor was really listening to what are the impacts of this, how is it used? We know that use has declined significantly, but it's still one of those tools in the toolbox that when you need to knock down a population, it has proven to be very effective. And so in addition to going through this 2-year, which we felt was the most, the due process way of doing this, we also announced, as part of the May revise, additional one-time spending for the Department of Pesticide Regulation for their Pesticide Alternatives Program, additional funding to CDFA for a program that we were just awarded a year ago for investments in proactive biocontrol as well as IR4 support for registering products for specialty crops. In addition to a work group that will start July 1, that alternatives work group is going to have a lot of technical, scientific work to go through, and how we proceed on this chlorpyrifos will probably set a tone for a lot of other things. But we also, as part of this, the governor wanted to be as proactive as possible. There was a great program that hasn't been funded for 15 years. It was called the Biologically Integrated Farming Systems at UC. And in fact, one of the very first grants it ever gave 15 years ago was to the Central Coast Vineyard team, which over a 2-year period of time reduced the use of chlorpyrifos to almost zero. And you think about what if we kept funding programs like that. We'd like to see more funding in the IPM program. This BIFS program will be housed at CDFA for the time being. This is all one-time funding, but we'll see what kind of successes we can generate doing these kinds of programs to really support the ag community as we go through a big change like this one. And with that, other than we did hold last week our very first California International Affairs and Trade Interagency Committee, which is chaired by the Lieutenant Governor, who's showing tremendous leadership in that capacity. Her vice chair is Lenny Mendonça, who's the governor's senior advisor for economics and business. Josh has been deeply engaged. There's been a lot more staff meetings than there were this, but this was a public meeting, and it was very informative what all the different agencies have been doing and will continue to do in this realm of international affairs and trade. I think the state board, Josh, has a letter for consideration today. So I think we can anticipate a very active role in those discussions by Governor Newsom's administration, and it's great to have the Lieutenant Governor leading that effort. And I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Okay, no questions?
Well, yes.
Go ahead, Bryce.
Pyrifos. That was one of the original BIFS grants that were given. I think walnuts were one of the very first programs. Central Coast Vineyard team, Lodi Woodbridge wine grape growers used theirs to start their Lodi rules. There was one for apples and tree fruit at the time, and then just, we all know what's happened. President of the President's Advisory Council for UC funding, in particular for ag and natural resources, and BIFS was one of those programs that at the time was run by the Sustainable Ag group. And so it was the Central Coast Vineyard team was the one, yeah. And so there have been some good successes. And I will say those were modest. You know, they were like $200,000 a year for 3 years. But they had big impact. And so I think there's lessons to be learned there. We'll try to capture them.
Secretary Ross, the Newcastle's
Yes.
disease, are there implications for the cat growers who would be utilizing
No, it's a living, the virus needs a living host to survive. And if you're using composted products because of the treatment, the temperatures, there should not be an issue, and we're not aware of one. But yeah, so that can really slow down that that byproduct stream coming into that business. This is a very stressful program for our staff, and not to be surprised by the longer the program goes and the broader the geographic region that it covers, the pushback on this. And we all know that people get very concerned when government's going door to door. We experience it every day with the Asian citrus psyllid, and making sure that there's really robust communications and outreach and assurances that we're from government and truly here to help is a hard message. And then when that could be your backyard flock, that it creates a lot of concern and anxiety and pushback, and we are seeing that. We have activated, in addition to additional USDA resources, the Office of Emergency Services has provided a lot of help with us on crisis management. We have had more appeals for the work that we've had to do, and we've had active engagement by CHP on some protest issues where there were real situations created that were potential public safety issues for the protesters, many of them who brought young children to it, in addition to our staff. So it's been a challenging situation. We're a year into this program, but I will say the epi curve of positive finds is going down, and the testing, and we're doing thousands of samples, which without our labs, I don't know how we would do this, that are coming back negative. So all the curves are going in the right direction, but we have to stick with these programs, and they're very, very difficult programs. I think being able to put people in the communities, we have to rebuild trust. We have to do education so they're self-policing themselves, just as we do in the commercial sector, of what are the signs of disease, acting on it quickly and taking care of it, understanding the biosecurity measures we can take, not moving dirty equipment, all those kinds of things. We just need to spend 3 or 4 years of really being committed to working with those people and rebuilding the systems there.
Is there any way that you can think about working more closely with some of the community-based agencies that maybe already have trust?
Yes.
With some folks,
Yeah,
and that way,
we
kind of really
we
building
do,
that
because
knowledge
we need to, because there is a lack of trust. So really recognized community leaders, and especially because of multi-languages is especially important. And from day one, in the communities where we are, showing up on Sunday at every Mass and being there with coffee and cookies and an information booth has been one of the most effective tools. So we're constantly looking for that. We've added an additional resources to our public affairs with Spanish expertise, but as we know, California is blessed with a diversity of languages, and that still continues to be a challenge. Once again, I'm not plugging everyone to go out and sign up for the National Guard, but every language that is spoken in California, the National Guard has people who can assist us. It's amazing. It's amazing.
Thank you, Secretary Ross. I actually had a question about Newcastle, but Bryce brought that up already, and you've addressed my question. I just wanted to share and comment that a few months ago when we were talking about Newcastle, and I shared we're not hearing anything about it in Southern California, probably within the last month, there's gotten a lot of local coverage, but a lot of it was in terms of the protesters. So it's great to hear about the efforts you're having with crisis management and on the public affairs side, but it's definitely getting a lot of attention, more so than I've seen in,
The
in
whole
the last year.
Yeah. Okay, thanks. Appreciate the feedback. Don.
Loaded question.
Oh, goody, I'm going to duck now.
With the 2-year phase out of chlorpyrifos and the process that's being developed, one of the issues you have in ag is, as you lose a tool, it's a longer period where something comes on. And now with the apparent split at US EPA and Cal EPA, is that just going to prolong registration of these, of any new products that may come on the line? And then secondly, UC has now taken some action on Roundup. Where is the state on that? Because again, it has huge implications for ag.
Yeah. So there is Prop 65 activity on glyphosate. And that, I think, is already, don't quote me on this, and I'm speaking into a public microphone. Okay, so there is activity on that at OEHA. I believe it's already in legal challenge, if I recall correctly. It may be under review at DPR. Because many of these products, just because of the age of the products, they're coming up for that. And there are a number of other products. Chlorpyrifos has been under that kind of review for a number of years now. I think some of the most important things for this alternatives work group is really understanding what is in the pipeline, where is it in the potential registration process. Are there policies that we should be looking at the state level that would allow for any potential changes to maybe move some things up in priority because we are taking something out and there's a dearth of replacements or whatever it might be. And then there has to be a recognition that there's going to be a need potentially for more special local need, 24C, 18C, whatever those might be. And in the registration process itself, I'm not aware that at that level, the EPA tensions are more around the bigger scale policy issues, the pesticide. We have great professional scientists in the programs at DPR, and they've got long-time working relationships with people that are their counterparts. So I'm not aware of any of that. But these are all questions we're going to have to grapple with. And that's why the work of the alternatives work group really is going to have to get into those kinds of technical, deep understandings of what processes are there and available and what is possible to really put together some good work plans going forward. Yes.
Yes, Secretary, as CDFA may have or does have an expanded advisory role input opportunity in the IR4 process. Do you see as part of CDFA's activity as a bridge that's also inclusive or that can be inclusive, say more directly of whether it's the PCA community and or the registrant community within the confines of CDFA, so that the message that is then moved from CDFA into the IR4, the more technical scope that's also including the registration community, does have at least the input, the valued input from producers, at least as it's coming from those that are boots on the ground in the PCA community?
Yeah. When we got that program last year, one of my hopes was that this would be a way for us to potentially leverage with commodity groups, because the IR4 program gets Farm Bill funding, and then if it's a commodity group that has funding for this kind of work, to do that hopefully we could leverage those kinds of dollars and get even more products through, which means we're going to have a lot of really close ongoing communications. Our authority is very limited once the Department of Pesticide Regulation moved from CDFA to EPA, but there was a very specific carve-out to be able to capitalize on our agronomic expertise. So providing agronomic alternatives, economic alternatives, analysis of different application methods. So we do have a technical advisory committee. And I think that with this significant, even though it's one-time funding, it's significant increase in dollars, there's a way for us to bring in additional PCAs are very important to all of this. When we look at the framework of how people get their information and who they depend on, in addition to registrants. So I would like to see more PCA and farmer engagement through that technical advisory committee.
I just want to add, I appreciate that. I remember going to US EPA to talk about rice farming, and we had gone to GPS, and they thought we were still waving flags in the
Yes.
field. And unless you have that representation, unless the regulators are invited out into the field, which some industries like to do, others prevent.
Yeah.
I personally believe the more they know, the better decisions they make. But it's very important to have that input because, they can give firsthand experiences and often educate the regulators as to what the cultural practices are today, not 10 years ago.
Exactly. Exactly. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Secretary Ross. Very informative update today. Thanks. Well, we're going to shift gears a little bit, and we're going to talk about water policy. Today, we have the pleasure of having the chair of the State Water Resources Control Board, Joaquin Esquivel, to join us today. Joaquin was appointed to the State Water Resources Control Board by Governor Jerry Brown in March of 2017 and designated by Governor Gavin Newsom as chair in February 2019. Previously, he served as Assistant Secretary for the Federal Water Policy at the California Natural Resource Agency in the Governor's Washington, D.C. offices, where he facilitated the development of policy priorities between the agency, the Governor's office, and the California Congressional Delegation and the federal stakeholder agencies. There you go. Joaquin, welcome, and good to have you here today.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and to varying degrees of success on that last job description. I can talk about any number of issues today. I thought that first I would just kind of give you a general sort of introduction to myself. You heard sort of the official biography, but I did grow up in the Coachella Valley, Palm Springs area. Am the grandson of farm workers, migrant farm workers on my mother's side. I'm first generation, and my grandfather was a bracero and a palmero at Laughlin Day Gardens, now Oasis Day Gardens, there in Thermal in the Coachella Valley. And it was actually the kindness of Ben Laughlin that then led to the family being sponsored and coming to then the Coachella Valley. And on my father's side, I'm third generation, so the family first came to the U.S. fleeing the violence of the Mexican Revolution. There was a brother that didn't want to fight. He was hung, and so they thought it'd probably be best to leave at that point. But so successive waves of immigration, but with strong ties to agriculture. Insofar as on my father's side, my grandparents were migrant farm workers. Insofar as the families first met, half were in Buckeye, Arizona, then a lot of cotton, not so much. A lot more housing developments in Buckeye. It's interesting to see that sort of development. But then they'd get into the Coachella Valley, table grapes, go into the Central Valley, and end up following the harvest and ending in Gilroy for garlic. And that kind of was, and so half the family on that side is in Bakersfield and the other in Buckeye. But I say all that because it was a strong part of my identity. It was agriculture. It's incredibly unique in California, as you all know. And so when I was in D.C. and I had the pleasure of better getting to know ag through my work in Senator Boxer's office, where I handled the agricultural portfolio, and where Karen and I first met, and I met some of you then there. It was very unique, obviously, to represent California ag in D.C., where, as you all well know, commodity crops and the rest of the nation's ag sort of dominates the discussion. But to see a shift from 2008 Farm Bill and on, with a real emphasis and beginning emphasis on specialty crops, and acknowledgement within the Farm Bill that what we feed ourselves is critical and foundation to our health. And so how are we incentivizing the right things? And thankfully, California grows a number of the right things, insofar as being so blessed to have, the 400 commodities that you all well know. So I take that background, I take that to my position now as chair at the state board, and certainly these last 2 years serving on the state board have always been mindful of the critical part of California's identity that agriculture is, and at the same time, the challenges that we face and the complexities of all that we have before us in climate change and otherwise. And water, obviously, is a space where there's obviously tremendous collaboration, but also tremendous tension. And, you look at California's water uses, you look at how it is that we're going to imagine ourselves as a state in 2050. Imagine how we're going to be managing our water resources successfully or otherwise. And, thankfully, we have a great history these past decades of real leadership on these thorny issues in California, and some continued tension. And so coming now into the position as chair with the update of the Water Quality Control Plan, the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan, our work continuing on that, our decades-long work, I'd like to flag that the last time the Water Quality Control Plan, Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan was significantly updated was 95. And, since then, these last 30 years, things haven't gotten better in the watershed. And so we do need to update the Water Quality Control Plan. We do need to figure out how we better manage this watershed that's 40% of the state. And it's not easy. It certainly won't be easy. But in 95, I was in the 8th grade. And so I know but I bring it out not to say, look how young he is, but because there are students now in the 8th grade who similarly in 20, 30 years will find themselves in needing, we'll see what they have. And I think it's incumbent upon all of us to not sell ourselves short, to have hard conversations around how we manage our water in watersheds that are so vast and complex that it's not about just what you do or what your responsibilities are or what you are limited to, but what we are going to do and how we are going to solve these really challenging issues. And recognize that, no drop thinks they're responsible for the flood, but we all are that thing. And so we have a very mixed legacy. We have these incredible in water. We have these incredible projects, this incredible development that's allowed for 40 million people to be part of the richest state and the richest nation in the world. And so we have some challenging times ahead of us. And so obviously, the Water Quality Control Plan is one of them and front and central, and we're very hopeful that through a process of voluntary agreements and the development therein, we can get to that better whole that I talked about that isn't just about what am I just going to do, but how do we collectively act on a greater scale to really tackle what do we need to keep in the watershed? What does an ecosystem need? That's really, it's of critical importance because our economies are based on those ecologies, and it's not the other way around. And so, whether it's the update of the Water Quality Control Plan or wetlands policy or toxicity perhaps, or, the other things that the board will pursue in its regulatory authorities to get a better handle on water quality and to continue to protect and improve these water resources so that in 2050, there'll be a whole new set of issues to deal with. But at least for the plate that we've set collectively here for ourselves with this administration, with so many of the leaders that are here in the room that represent water interests in agriculture, I'm fortunate to be able to serve some time here as chair. We'll see, and I'm open to further discussion here, but didn't want to drone on too long because this is a public meeting, Secretary Ross, and who knows what I might say.
I do want to note, I forgot that we've already started the meetings for what was already alluded to.
Yes.
A month ago, the governor released an executive order directing EPA resources and CDFA to start the work on water resiliency portfolio, which is really looking at 2050, where, really how do we anticipate what this world will look like and what do we need to start doing now? We're getting ready to announce this week there's going to be extensive public engagement and an opportunity for this board to be as active as they want to be in providing some of the forums for that. And obviously, the chair of the State Water Board is going to be deeply engaged in that, as well as everything else that's on his agenda. But I would also say that out of respect for the chair, there's a lot of questions that we have for him, but there's going to be certain things he cannot comment on. So I just want to remind us all of that, that he's just, I know, Don, I know you of all people didn't know that, right?
And,
So I
and
really
I
appreciate you
will-
being here.
I appreciate that, Secretary Ross, and I apologize. Yes, the executive order is really, it's an exciting opportunity. For us, I know, again, I alluded to all the great leadership that's already taken place in California, really. And for us, it's a synthesis of that and saying, how do we take documents like the California Water Action Plan, like, you just see everything that this state, we were all able to accomplish through the drought, whether it's SGMA, whether it's efficiency legislation, whether it's, there is this incredible evolution in the way we've been able to talk about water in this state. And so how do we better capture that and say, the Water Action Plan from the previous administration was a list of really good things that we should be pursuing. But how do you get some metrics? How do you get some actual, we see the analog is in climate change or in energy, where you set targets, you measure, you set metrics, targets, and we meet them. We meet them as Californians. And so when we talk about regional resiliency on water, what does that look like? And it looks very different in the Coachella Valley than it does in the Salinas Valley, than it does in the San Gabriel Valley, than it does in the many valleys that encompass this state. And so it's an exciting adventure for us insofar as really listening first as well, because I think we all have in water, there's no silver bullet, silver buckshot, as we well know, and so there's a lot of really great work already. So how do we synthesize that? How do we make it into something knowable and achievable when we talk about water resiliency? And so we're really excited to be engaged with that with our counterparts, and as the Secretary said, looking for these venues to tap the incredible leadership and expertise that we know is already out there in the state around these issues. So more to come on the EO very soon. And so thank you. And when it comes to certain questions, ask them, and I will be candid with you if I can't. And then otherwise, I may get myself in trouble by trying to go ahead and answer things. So thank you.
Yes, go ahead, Joy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It is a very exciting and incredibly important and a decisive moment for the state and the country. You mentioned setting metrics, and of course that implies measurement. So I'd be curious to know your thoughts on how we're going to measure water use.
Yeah, this is actually the first year, and this is actually kind of a scary note, but this is the first year that all water rights holders have had to report their last year's consumption. It is the first year that's happened in California, which, to your point, when it comes to water use and consumption, it gets complicated. It is not an easy thing. For example, we can talk about measuring diversions in the Delta and the use of siphon pumps, which are really hard. If you have a generator and you're pumping through a generator, and you can usually tell, okay, X gallons per minute, you're making your calculations. I ran it for this number of times. You can kind of get your water use if you're an irrigator. In the Delta, you can't. So water use and water use measurement can get very complicated and very difficult, but it's central to managing it. If you don't measure it, you can't manage it. And so on that note, one, good news, the first year, all water rights holders reported their last year's usage. That's a start. That's a good start for California. We'll start to have a better data set, and that'll have knock-on effects on how we administer water rights, and that's a benefit. How we measure, say, urban use, though, outdoor use, that's going to be addressed through efficiency legislation that's going through now. And so, I think that I mentioned those things because I think that there's a lot of good work that is kind of progressing on this space of better measuring. I know that there's a DOT bill currently to get better stream gauges in the environment where, we actually have fewer stream gauges now, so we know less about the flows in our rivers than we did 20, 30 years ago because of an attrition of stream gauges that USGS used to do a 50% cost share. We've been doing now like 70-20. So there's all these ways that I think we can, and I think this will be some of the work of the executive order, at least I see it in so far as what the executive order, means, or what this portfolio, approach means for us as an agency, but is identifying, how do you kind of bundle these things together so that they do get us better spatial information around water? What are the needs? Where are the deficits in information? What are the tools that we might be able to use that are more innovative and lower cost to get that data, as opposed to going to an irrigator and saying, spend X money on a meter for your pump. Maybe it's instead using satellite data to be able to tell the evapotranspirative rate on that land, so you know what their water usage is, because you can calculate that, which is something that Google and NASA are actually currently working on. So that's pretty neat. So I think, kind of stitching all those together can get us to that question of the better water data that we need and how we use it. And it's always kind of specific to, I guess, what you're using it for too.
I mean, this is going to make everybody at the table laugh when I bring up my passion project broadband.
There's no laughing. You have none of those tools without that infrastructure.
So, thank you. I just wanted to plant that seed. I'm amazed no one else came up and said, I can read Joy's mind. But I don't see how we can, as citizens and certainly as farmers, I don't see how we can measure water use without having the infrastructure.
Here. Well, and I think those opportunities where, how does the water board better collaborate then to get those resources, knowing that that's what facilitates better water management, or just better management in general. When we talk about the irrigated lands program for us, meeting water quality objectives, all these things, they require this 21st century backbone if we're all going to be 21st century innovators in the resource management. So here.
So I'm going to ask you one question before I pass it on to my friends here. But, looking ahead for agriculture, let's just pick a random year like 2040. What do you foresee agriculture position at that point? What changes do you see when you look at 20 years out in regard to water policy?
Yeah, it's gonna. Let's look 30 years, back, right? If we go the other way, just to see, how much has changed. Maybe not too much. Maybe we're still fighting around these same issues that are before the board. But I think not. I think that we are in a moment where we can get past some of the tensions around managing it and actually start managing it together. And so I have a hard time kind of imagining what it might be, only because I think it'll be so transformational. I don't think it'll be hard to quantify. But I think here are a few projects out there that I know that are happening that are maybe emblematic of what more we'll see. The water recycling projects that are happening in Modesto, then in Turlock, where you have then an ag need and an urban component, and this doesn't work everywhere because you don't have urban wastewater streams as well that you can look at holistically in that sort of watershed outlook. But you have then this synergy and this dependence and this relationship, which is already there, but in a real way when the water connects them between the cities and the urban water users and that agricultural community that is also then part of that cycle. And so if you connect then groundwater usage with that picture, you get some pretty neat collaborations, you get some pretty neat opportunities, and they're so hyper-local that I can't make them happen. And certainly most people won't even listen to me, which is fine. They don't need to, and don't want the state board to come in and say, "Thou shalt." And it is far better, and we know more durable for the leadership themselves to say, it's not that we did it because thou shalt, we did it because this is the community we want to see in that 20, 30 years. And so ag being so different everywhere in the state, I think it's hard to say, okay, well, what does it look like everywhere? But I think there are more stories like that. And I think, you see, acknowledgements of that interrelationship and that need to acknowledge our interdependence. And even in real, not great fights right now, like say down in Imperial, around where growers, that cell of water to San Diego is still in, the craw of that ag community, and will be, and it's because of a feeling like they had no choice. And so how do we get people to see those opportunities as maybe collaboration and not, again, it's because we had to. And and it's because we do. But it's not because the government's coming in and being a bully. It's because the climate is changing, and all of our systems are going to crumble beneath us lest we kind of get our act together. So, by hook or crook. So,
We are doing one of those on farm currently, so.
fantastic.
Don, I think you were next.
You're the chair. Joaquin, thanks for your comments. I really appreciate the "we are responsible" comments. I truly believe that. Getting to "we" is the big issue. And I think for the first time with the structure in the BAs, I think this administration is giving people a comfort level that we are getting to "we." But I just want to emphasize the importance of leadership from the board members, because I think historically it's been the staff that leads and the board follows, and it's so important that not just your board but other boards provide that leadership. And I don't say that to be critical of staff, but staff has a mindset which is very risk averse. It's very difficult for them to take risk, but we're moving into a process where everyone's going to take a risk, and there are no right answers to this. And if we can get to we can at least make a best guess to move forward. Then we'll measure it and make another best guess. But the only way we're going to move the dial down the road is we. Otherwise, we end up litigating, and look what's happened. I mean, it continues to go down. So I mean, we look forward to working with you, and I think there's, at least in our camp, there's optimism that we're going to be able to move this forward.
I appreciate that. Yeah, you look at the last time the Bay Delta Water Quality Control Plan was updated in '95, and the discussions then, how when, it was still like, well, let's do, VAMP, right? Yeah, VAMP, the Vernalis Adaptive Management Program, which was, we'll send a little water down, we'll do a lot more testing, and we'll try to figure things out. I think we know a lot. So I agree with everything you said, but except for your mixed metaphor, where you said we're going to turn the dial down the road. I think you said, and we're not going to kick the can down the road. I know. I think it's like you wanted to say we're going to advance the dial. Like
No,
we're going to advance the dial.
I did not mean at all turn the dial down. I meant measure and evaluate that measurement, and then you make a new decision as to what needs to be done. I'm not.
Sure. Yeah, I guess
do
it was
not
the
believe
down
we're
the
ever
road.
going back.
Yeah. Okay. I appreciate that. Not to quibble with your mixed metaphor, but it was just. I guess for me, it's we know a lot, so let's not also then say, wow, we need to study a lot more before we can make determinations on things. I think that we just need to be honest with ourselves, start setting, anyway, we've always had trouble with amounts of water. And, we have a very squishy system to our data discussion. And it's like, how do we get better about actually managing that system in real time and being honest about what the ecosystem needs? Because again, that is the foundation under which all of our other activities happen. So, but I appreciate it. And I appreciate your leadership and continued work and discussion and all that. I know, and to your point, yeah, it's a Herculean effort right now that the administration, we're all part of, and having an honest assessment with ourselves. And that as a state, again, more than anything. And we can't sell ourselves short in that moment. It's too important.
Thank you. Thank you, Don. Mr. Chairman, I appreciate your comments, particularly as it relates to understanding, I think, the background of agriculture, having roots in an agricultural region, and understanding now from the regulatory perspective that typically representing the producer community, which I do, transitioning from the San Joaquin Valley over now into the Central Coast, typically speaking, no one is looking or desiring for the state water board to come in and tell people what to do and how to do it and why it should be done a specific way. Spot on there with the obvious. However, a concern that I'm now realizing and am now actively living is, what can or what may likely happen as a result of, maybe an impasse or sticking points that might be created or that are happening because of maybe disconnect or differences of opinion and no or maybe not enough filling of attention from maybe Sacramento or the state board into issues and developments within a region like the Central Coast. And so what I'm hearing and seeing from the producer community is, I think, a genuine interest to continue to lead and create a model where it relates to, being the solution on providing drinking water in other areas, but in other ways where they have and continue to develop the agronomic data and the validity to what the ultimate or final solution is going to be in their transition as agriculture into a solution which is sustainable and then results oriented, where you can measure and manage what you can measure. There seems to be a feeling or a desire, or at least a hope, that as the dialogue and the process continues between the producer community and the regulatory community in a more regional scope, that they're on a parallel track is also an opportunity to reach out and have a direct and inclusive dialogue with the state board, so that, unlike now going backwards for me, from my experience in the San Joaquin Valley, we don't have to wait to get to that point where the sides are going to be just too far apart and you have to petition the state board. And it just takes more time, more money, more resources to get to what ends up being a solution that hopefully you could have mitigated a lot of problems, or hopefully some issues earlier on, so that it doesn't take as long to get to the point of implementing what is a reasonable and workable solution for both the regulatory community to track and measure, but also the producer community to actually implement. And so for me, I agree with you, but there's a but. And as I'm seeing it now on the Central Coast, it's more of a desire to have a parallel conversation, particularly with folks where appropriate on the state board, so that we're guiding, we're nurturing, and we're trying to avert these sideways or likelihood risk for getting sideways, and so that at the end of the day, the solution isn't delayed. We're not having to get to the point of last resort in a petition and then work backwards, as opposed to working smartly up front.
I appreciate that. And instead of but, how about and? And so I think for sure, if you kind of look at the history of the boards over the last kind of decades, there was a time when the board really depended on petitions to set their precedent for their programs across the state. That's really shifted. I mean, it really shifted with Felicia as well, but prior boards really did start moving more toward, well, we'll just set statewide policy at the front. Or once enough, regional programs are kind of cooking out there and we can kind of do so, bring in. And so, yeah, on the Eastern San Joaquin order, it was a long process, and it wasn't the ideal one insofar as, wouldn't it be better if, it didn't really take that moment for the board to have to step in. And I think that you'll find that I and my fellow board members are interested in engaging at that appropriate level, but also respecting very much that our regional boards are they have their own chair, they have their own boards, they have their own EOs, they're quasi-independent. And we kind of depend upon that as well to keep a little space. But, I always and will continue to, I've made a point actually of better coordinating with my regional chairs, taking on the monthly chairs call, really better developing that relationship, because it is really critical to us. There are little incubator laboratories that are also having to do the day in, day out implementation of the permits and regulatory policies that we set the state frameworks for, and we want to see it working. And we know right now in irrigated lands there is there is a split between the way the programs really are in Region 3 and Region 5, and what does it mean, and whose is better? Is it, the co-op model? Is it the direct, regulatory relationship? Maybe different regions need to have different sort of approaches because it's just a different animal, but we're here to be flexible and continue to adjust, and for us, be very outcomes-based, to your point, about the measurements, about the actual outcomes at the far, and not the far end, but at the, as the end product. And you'll find that, there's many ways to get maybe to those outcomes, and if we're getting there, that's what I care about most, so.
I don't have a poem today. Thank you for taking the role and leadership in this position, Joaquin, and congratulations. And I do want to just recognize Felicia in her role, how she so well took us through drought, and we'll be in drought again, emergencies, and we'll be in emergencies again, and how she spent time in the field visiting with us. And Joaquin, you have already started doing that, getting out of Sacramento and visiting in the communities that have all the different issues. And thank you for that, and I commend you for that, and please continue to be out in the communities and listening to us. I was, right after I got on the board, Governor Brown came to see us, and one of the questions I asked Governor Brown was, Governor Brown, how is it that the State Water Board can supersede many of your policies on water or goals with water? And Governor Brown turned to Dan Dooley and said, Dan, is that true? And Dan said,
I don't think we were superseding in the last administration. Anyway.
yeah, he said, Dan, the State Water Board has a lot of autonomy and independence. And I was wondering, Joaquin, if you could speak to maybe a little bit more of what Don had said as far as in having a water policy for the state that has a role for the governor and the administration, for the legislature, for the water drinkers and the water irrigators, in a role that the State Water Board has that is independent and autonomous. I really appreciate the opportunity to have coordinated discussions and cooperation with the State Water Board. How do you see bringing people from various interests and different parts of the government together through the State Water Board to have a water action plan or a water resiliency plan that can have direction from administration and people, but has to also be compatible with the work of the State Water Board?
Yeah, I think those things are extremely compatible. And I really appreciate, Bryce, your acknowledgement of Felicia. It was something that I was remiss to do insofar as, the board that she inherited in 2013, is not the board I'm inheriting now in 2019. And it's because a tremendous amount of leadership from Felicia through the drought, through the bringing over the Division of Drinking Water, which, I argue has made us into, the first real modern water regulatory agency in the nation, insofar as other states aren't fortunate to have something that cuts silos on water rights, water quality, and drinking water. So protecting water quality and headwaters through rivers, out onto farms, into cities, through people's taps, out their toilets, to the wastewater facilities, and discharge back into those environments. That it is a great responsibility, and it is what makes the board unique. It makes the board unique, and we have Felicia's leadership and also the leadership of many in the state, though, in the legislature and the previous governor, in making that the fact that, again, this board is very different. So we're not an island. The board doesn't exist without the state, and so yeah, I know it can maybe there's a narrative out there that the board was unruly or maybe even crossed the last administration, but was, as someone that very intimately was in the administration, was at some very difficult conversations last year. the board actually always was very coordinated with the administration and the desires of the state writ large. And so I think, yeah, we are here, and, you know, through their EO process, we'll be able to have a really great discussion with our sister agencies about how we accomplish common goals. You know, when we talk about water, we have, you know, over 7,000 agencies that provide water in the state, drinking water, let alone irrigation districts, let alone all the other entities responsible. And so it's going to require all of us to say, how do we have a common framework and metrics, and what do we all need to do in order to really advance that water resiliency for ag, for our cities, for everybody, and balance those out where there will be obvious tensions. For example, on the LA River in Los Angeles, you have a lot of interest from the urban sector to recycle a lot more of its water, which then means you have less discharges to the LA River, which is an effluent-dominated river. And you might think, oh, that's gross, but the water meets all standards. You know, it is clean. It's not. It doesn't harm you to recreate in it, and it flows down then the LA River and provides these benefits. So how do you balance those two things? What is protective in that case for those needs, and how much do you maybe need to leave? So there are all these real terrible complexities around water, and we're here at the State Board to acknowledge those and be partners. So, you know, you will find, I look forward to continuing to build that trust and that faith, if that isn't the sense or isn't the narrative, but really appreciate your continued leadership as well. And again, thank you for acknowledging the previous chair. So.
Statement for another meeting. Joaquin, one other issue I'd like to bring up for another meeting, and that would be transparency within the State Board of fee structures.
Sure, yeah.
We've had a lot of
By all
difficulty
means.
figuring out.
Really?
And understanding how you set your fees, and if we could agendize that, or at least put it on the table for a future meeting,
I
that would be
appreciate
wonderful.
that. I mean, we discuss fees yearly. And so as someone now who's been now through 2 cycles of fee discussions with many stakeholders in the room, I'm surprised I haven't seen you there. So you should be arriving, and you may have been there, Don. So I don't mean to, you have not, okay. Well, let's cut through that mystery. Let's definitely cut through that mystery, because as I'm sure you all know, we're a fee-based organization, so we have the unenviable task of going to the regulated entities that we regulate and say, pay us money to regulate you, and maybe even sometimes pay us a little more so we regulate you more smartly, and it doesn't usually go over that way, it's usually. But we are here to justify. There is, well, that's a specific issue, yeah. I've talked to Tim Johnson a lot about that, and that's separate then. Fees get very complicated. I will just say as well, I know we're late at this point, but closing comment on fees for folks. You know, you look at, there was a recent report, right, of cost of compliance and fees, et cetera, on ag and the burden, and our water quality fees are pretty minimal when you look at that pie chart. But more importantly, I think what folks are really talking about is cost of compliance, which can be a lot more. That is where it can get very expensive for growers. And so as much as I know you want to have a conversation on fees, I would say, yes, let's have a conversation on fees. We want to be transparent and we want to show you, but I think it's really cost compliance you want to talk about more. And I'm willing to have a conversation there as well, knowing that that's maybe the heart of it more, as opposed to that fee discussion. It's a yearly one, and it's not like we're overfunded. So I appreciate it.
Great lead. And I was going to say, for the temporary flood permits, you ought to be incentivizing the growers to take that water rather than charging them for it because of the flood protection downstream that you're getting. But I won't go there.
They are very low rates, and nobody, when they were even lower, nobody was taking advantage of the program. So people really need to take advantage of that program. Thank you.
But I really, Chairman Esquivel, I'd like to thank you for coming. And I hope that you're not a stranger here. The door is open. The invitation stands, I'm sure.
I appreciate that.
Secretary, we'd love to see more of you and get a better dialogue and have the board participate in some of the work you do. We'd love to do that, so.
Would love to do a deep dive on fees maybe, but maybe more on like groundwater recharge, to your point, or, how we're seeing anything, whether it's Sigma, or I know there's, on groundwater and Sigma and recharge, there's this interest that beneficial use needs to be attached to groundwater recharge. And we put out a recent white paper. Would love for maybe staff to come and talk to you about how we've identified within our existing authorities, we can actually permit any project that's come to us for groundwater recharge without having to change structure to beneficial use, but things like that.
No, I agree. We figured a way around it as well, so.
Yeah, but it would be great to maybe identify some of those items that would be important to the board here. And I would love to come back with staff and have deeper dives.
Excellent. Well, thank you again. Really
Thank
a
you.
pleasure to have you here.
Thank you all.
Well, this time we're going to switch gears a little bit. We're going to talk about navel orangeworm in almonds and other tree nuts. It's my pleasure to introduce Michael Kelly. Michael is with the Central California Almond Growers Association. He's the president and CEO of Central California Almond Growers, the largest huller and sheller of almonds in the world. Mr. Kelly is also current chairman of the Western Ag Processors Association, who represents shellers and processors on legislative and regulatory affairs affecting almonds, pistachios, walnuts, and pecans in California. He also serves on the Tree Nut Industry's Navel Orangeworm Action Committee. And I've known Mike for a long time, from back in the cotton days when we both had dark hair. So I'll leave it at that. Mike, welcome.
Well, thank you very much, Don. Also, it's a pleasure, Secretary Ross, to see you again, and it's a real pleasure to be here, to be speaking in front of this board. My name is Michael Kelly. It is a pleasure and indeed an honor for me to speak with you today about the tree nut industry in California, which is collectively pursuing a novel approach using a sterile insect technology to combat an invasive pest that has been a problem in our state for some time. The targeted pest is one whose economic impact is mounting and whose resistance to standard pesticides seems to be increasing. Resistance occurs when a population of a targeted insect becomes tolerant of a pesticide due to overapplication, which makes the chemical ineffective in controlling the pest. This sterile insect technology that is being tested is not new and has worked successfully before. It is a hope that it may, in the future, help to significantly suppress one of the biggest challenges the tree nut industry faces in addressing navel orangeworm, and thereby causing less pesticides being utilized in controlling this pest. This invasive species is the most destructive pest of almonds, pistachios, and walnuts. These three tree nut commodities collectively have a combined U.S. farm gate value of more than $12 billion, and together lose as much as $800 million each year to damage directly attributable to navel orangeworm. There is hope that this technology may be used to suppress the effects of this costly pest in the future. Today, I am speaking with you as a member of the Navel Orangeworm Action Committee, but also in my capacity as President and CEO of Central California Almond Growers Association. Our association is the largest almond huller and sheller of almonds in the world, and we're located on 2 sites in Fresno County. We operate as an agricultural service cooperative and currently have a membership of 400 almond farmers who bring their annual production to our 2 locations for the processing of their almond production each year. Last fall, we saw heavy levels of navel orangeworm damage delivered from the field to us. Yields were down due to 2 freeze events that took place during pollination in February of 2018. This decrease in almonds allowed navel orangeworm to emerge in our area with a lesser number of almonds on the trees, leading to more significant damage. Less almonds, more opportunities for infestation. Insecticide applications for now, and I'm going to use the acronym now if you don't mind, were extensive, ranging from 3 to 5 applications per field, in what normally would be 2 to 3. It seemed apparent that applications were less than effective and suggests some of our standard chemistries are showing resistance. There is also the possibility that warmer summers over the last few years have allowed more generations of navel orangeworm to be produced each season, further affecting the potential quality of the state's tree nut crop. On behalf of our membership and California tree nut growers, this scares me and reminds me of a moment in time 30 years ago when I was a young cotton farmer in the Imperial Valley of California. At that time, the evasive pest was the pink bollworm, and it raised havoc, not only on my farm, but across the entire desert Southwest, from the lower Rio Grande River region of Texas to the lower river region, Colorado River region of California. I began farming cotton near Calipatria, California in 1977 with the help of my father, and grew cotton sporadically up until 1987. During this period, the efficacy of insecticides was faltering. We were overspraying in an attempt to get control of pink bollworm. In the middle of the summer, we were having to spray every 7 days for pinky, as resistance to each innovative chemistry in successive years was building. This also caused us to lose our beneficial insects, which meant we had to spray more for other pests like late season aphids, ligas, and tobacco budworm. During the middle of the summer of 1987, I came to the realization that the insects were winning. I was offered a position as a gen manager with Producers Cotton Oil Company, where I served in that capacity for 5 years in Arizona and California. I never grew cotton again. The pink bollworm never got a foothold in the San Joaquin Valley. Beginning in 1970, sterile pink bollworm moths that had been reared at a facility in Phoenix were released in the San Joaquin Valley. Traps were set up along the southern end of the San Joaquin and in the high desert to capture moths and allowing a count of the number of pinky making it over the high desert and mountains to our south. The focus, while controversial at the time, was to suppress pinky in order to take the pressure off standard chemistries available at the time. Many believed there was no possible way that sterile release program of irradiated moths that would be flown many miles via commercial aircraft and then dropped from a smaller aircraft flying at an altitude of a few hundred feet would work. However, some innovative farmers saw the sterile insect technology as the only alternative. They hoped for relief from this costly pest, and they had a great belief that pursuing this sterile insect technology could suppress pinky. In February of 2017, the California Department of Pesticide Regulation honored the pink bollworm program for its efforts in managing pests while reducing the use of pesticides. And CDFA has a big thanks that we need to bestow on them for the help that they've given over the years with regards to this program as well. Last fall, the pink bollworm was officially eradicated. Due to eradication, the rearing facility in Phoenix is slated to be closed, and the program ended. This is because the pink bollworm program was promulgated by legislation that specifically targeted pinky and not any other insect pest. Several years ago, several farmers involved with the California Cotton Pest Control Board, who are also almond growers, wondered if the sterile insect technology used in the eradication of the pink bollworm could also be utilized to suppress and maybe, just maybe, someday lead to eradication of the navel orangeworm. I currently serve as the proud member of the Navel Orangeworm Action Committee that was created last fall to spearhead an effort to suppress the effects of navel orangeworm by releasing sterile moths within the tree nut producing counties of California. The program is being modeled after the pink bollworm program. A technical advisory committee, also known as TAC, conducts research and makes recommendations to a grower and industry-run body known as the Navel Orange Action Committee, or NOAC. The NOAC committee will implement directives agreed upon by the members of the committee based on consensus and monetary constraints. As mentioned earlier, the cost to our industry due to navel orangeworm is $800 million. To put this in perspective, losses incurred by cotton producers due to pinky at the end of the 1990s was approaching $21 billion. Further adding to the cost, navel orangeworm is also a major vector for aflatoxin, which results in rejections of shipments in numerous export ports, hurting our trade position. Aflatoxin is a mold that in large quantities is poisonous to mammalian life forms. It is found at locations on the almond kernel that have been damaged by navel orangeworm. To ensure the industry is not vulnerable to the arbitrary application of inconsistent import controls at the port of entry, necessitated by incidents of aflatoxin, the Almond Board implements a pre-export check program recognized by the European Union. The cost to our industry is an estimated $5,250,000 per year just for sampling and analysis. This is significant investment that the industry makes to manage now associated with food safety risk. Each year, rejected overseas almond containers cost the industry $270,000 to return to the U.S. for reconditioning. Reflecting the significance of this pest, since the 1970s, the pistachio and the almond industries have funded over 130 research projects on control and more than 55 studies on aflatoxin. We see this sterile insect technique as a promising new tool to complement and enhance our integrated pest management system for tree nuts. This will add another bow in our quiver when fighting navel orangeworm with less impact on the environment. The tree nut industry would be in keeping with the current administration's desire for less impactful methods of controlling pests rather than using standard pesticides. We hear a public calling to think about how we address pest control differently. And we hope that this sterile insect technology may be a method of not only suppressing navel orangeworm, but perhaps other insect pressures in the future as well. Recently, through their grower-funded marketing orders, the pistachio and almond industries have invested $7 million for fiscal year 2019 for the Center for Plant Health Science and Technology Laboratory in Phoenix, Arizona, an APHIS-operated laboratory, which I might point out that this is a quasi-owned facility between CDFA and the cotton growers of California. The purpose of this lab is to test the application of sterile insect technology for navel orangeworm, and they've been doing that for the last 2 years. This facility previously produced sterile insects that contributed to the eradication of the cotton pink bollworm. Due to the overwhelming success of this eradication effort, the facility, as I've said, is threatened to be closed without funding for fiscal year 2020. As you know, the federal fiscal year 2020 begins on October 1st. If shut down, we will lose our investment in this promising technology. It is our hope that we will be able to gain support from all stakeholders in securing funding for the Phoenix USDA APHIS insect rearing facility to shift from the cotton pest control to navel orangeworm. We are currently seeking help from our congressional delegation and others in securing an appropriation of $21 million to USDA APHIS for the upcoming 2020 fiscal year as a co-investment with our industry in development of a novel, sterile, and technology for navel orangeworm. Doing so not only represents an investment in jobs, but additionally the positive trade balance our industries contribute to our rural and national economies. Most importantly, this is also an investment in non-chemical pest control tools for the benefit of our food system and environmental health. This is the essence of sustainability and complements our integrated pest management program that is the fabric of California's agricultural legacy. Time is of the essence. A markup occurred 12 days ago in the United States Congress House Appropriations Agricultural Subcommittee that addressed USDA APHIS funding. While it did not specifically earmark the $21 million needed for fiscal year 2020, we do have some hope that our effort will be included in the overall amount of $1.04 billion that was in the subcommittee's appropriation request for APHIS that was approved by the committee. and approved on May 16th. However, we may need further help, and we are manning the phones and writing letters to let our decision makers know of this important and compelling opportunity. After the implementation of BT technology in cotton to address lepidopteran pests, the National Cotton Council produced a document in August of 2001 entitled Pink Bollworm Eradication, a Window of Opportunity. 3 years ago, the pest was eradicated in the United States cotton belt, and in the fall of 2018 declared officially eradicated by the USDA. Now, the tree nut industry has a window of opportunity to keep the Phoenix rearing facility open with federal funding as a bridge to another program we hope will lead to suppression and, like cotton, perhaps lead to eradication of navel orangeworm in the distant future. I began my presentation today with the story of my life experience as a young cotton farmer in the Imperial Valley and how Pinky was building resistance to standard chemistries that were thrown at this pest. Today, 30 years later, I fear we are reading from the same playbook. History is repeating itself. Now pressure is building. We are seeing increased generations of now, and our chemistries appear to be showing resistance. Additionally, we are losing some of our most valuable tools in our arsenal, such as the eventual elimination of chlorpyrifos in 2 years. Governor Newsom and this administration are challenging all of us in agriculture to find a different way of thinking about how we control invasive pests and other insect pressures. Yes, standard chemistries must be part of the various bows we have in our quiver. However, we believe that this sterile insect technology would give us an additional weapon in suppressing navel orangeworm and take pressure off our standard chemistries. If suppression works via mating disruption, farmers will be able to spray less, which will go a long way in preserving beneficial insects and help us to avoid a buildup in resistance. As seen with the pink bollworm, a window of opportunity is closing. Should federal funding not be procured for the 2020 fiscal budget to keep the Phoenix rearing facility open, then we are told that the facility will be closed. And it is estimated that it would take $100 million to build a new facility that duplicates the functionality of the Phoenix site. It is questionable that a new facility would be relicensed due to the irradiator needed to achieve sterility and the politics surrounding radioactive material. Today, we request that the CDFA board send a letter to Governor Newsom and directed as well to Secretary Ross, expressing support for the funding of the Center for Plant Health Science and Technology in Phoenix, and thereby the rearing of sterile navel orangeworm moths for application within the San Joaquin Valley in fiscal year 2020. It is highly important that we seek this help in reaching out to our California congressional delegation in providing the support of $21 million in federal funding specifically for this program. In closing, I would like to acknowledge the contribution and financial support from the California Pistachio Research Board and the pistachio industry, who have kept this project viable for 2 years. And I would also like to recognize the work of Roger Ison, the President and CEO of Western Agricultural Processors Association, or WAPA. WAPA has worked diligently to bring the tree nut industry together on this venture from the beginning. WAPA has spearheaded efforts in raising awareness about the rearing facility in Phoenix and its potential for California tree nut growers to work collectively to prevent its possible closure. I currently serve as the chairman of WAPA, and I could not be prouder to be involved on this important project. We are working collaboratively with the Almond Board of California, who has put up substantial funding, as well as the American Pistachio Growers and the Almond Alliance, who have worked on the effort to secure federal funding. All have done a fine job on this and other matters on behalf of the tree nut industry. Thank you very much for this distinct honor to speak with you about this important technology and what it can offer the tree nut growers and the people of California. Thank you very much. I do have some, I don't know how I'm doing on time, Josh, but I do have some images that I can go through fairly quickly.
Sure.
Quick question. Is the navel orangeworm a federally actionable pest?
Not at this time. It has not been specifically named. So that would be one of the asks in the future that would have to be done, just like the pink bollworm was.
Could you review just a minute the $1.04 billion relationship to the Phoenix facility?
Yeah, so that funding appropriation that was approved about 12 days ago at the subcommittee level is what APHIS requires nationally and internationally to carry on their programs. So that $1.04 billion, of course, the 21 million is just, would be a small subset of that, just as it was with the pink bollworm program in the past.
Do we have anyone on that subcommittee from California?
At this time, we have been going out with Senator Feinstein had carried the letter, and one of the congressional delegations that sits on the committee in Georgia, and I'm sorry, I'm missing his name right now. Yes. Stanford Bishop. He was the one that made the appropriations request.
We need to get on our legislators to get on these committees.
Yes. Especially our congressional.
Especially the money committees.
Yeah. Yeah. I reached out to Barbara Lee and TJ Cox that's in our area at a meeting that we had in Hanford the other day, and they were very, very receptive. So the wheels are working. But thank you for the question. This is the pest naval orangeworm. I'm going to blow through these really quick. Here's what our friend.
You'd think is it a pest of the navel orange as well?
You know, it's not. It's a vector to host the pest, but it's actually not a pest of the citrus industry. Yeah, very interesting. Yeah. This is the larval stage. This is the damage that you can see that is caused. And if you looked at the molds in there, you'd find a myriad of things, but especially aflatoxin. This is the rearing facility, and this is one room, and it's very hard to capture this, but within these containers, the larvae are being produced. And it's almost like something out of a James Bond movie. But each one of these rooms are repetitive. This is just not one room where this is going on. This is a very, very large facility. And once again, each one of these trays has larvae that is coming out and will eventually turn into a moth. And those moths will lay eggs. Here's another picture of the larval stage. Now, when the moths, and remember the moths go out and are spread on the fields in California. So the moths are basically sucked out with a pneumatic system, and they go into this depository where they're set into these trays that'll basically be put onto, so here are the trays here. And you see this tray here? Those are actually navel orangeworm moths. The room is very, very cold. And when it's cold, the navel orangeworm moths become inactive. They just sit there. This is 10,000 navel orangeworm moths. So last year we were propagating each day 6 million navel orangeworm moths. Next year we want to do 30 million a day. And then they're put into these canisters, and this canister, each one of those little openings has a device that's put in there that is a very, very cold, it's a cold pack. And that keeps the moths frozen until they are emitted out by the plane when it reaches California and spread onto the fields, and then they become active. And then these are the boxes that are taken to the airport in Phoenix. It's put on an American Airlines flight, transported over to Bakersfield via Los Angeles, and then offloaded and then taken to a field there where they're loaded on a Cessna 172, I believe is the plane. And this plane has a device that allows them to emit the navel orangeworm moths onto the field.
So Mike, what is the release? So like MedFly we release almost every day in terms of for sterile insects. So what's the release for
It would be every day.
every day?
Yeah, yeah. If we get that funding level.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Mike, how many acres are you covering currently, and where do you want to go with this, and what's it going to take in the future?
Yeah, so thank you. The last couple of years, the wonderful company had volunteered some acreage that they had in Lost Hills. And basically, they're the only game in town in that area, so it was a perfect environment to see how the operations would work and see if the naval orange worm could be dropped and what the levels of mortality would be. That work is done. So now the approach is to go into that same area again to ramp up the program in 2020, go to other areas that are adjacent to those areas, like for instance, along the I-5 corridor, and then continue to expand the program from there based on success. There's still a lot of investigation that needs to be done to make sure that it is going to be a viable technology.
Yeah, Mr. Kelly, what have you assessed with regard to the confluence of a successful program and the reduction of the toxic pesticide footprint? Like, what does this?
What does success mean?
Yeah, what does it mean in terms of the reduction or the reliance on just, conventional pesticide for control and eradication?
So as I talked about in my speech, one of the things that I fear is resistance buildup, and then we start losing more and more of our chemistries. And, but certainly one of the evaluation points is if we do see suppression, and I have a great hope that we will, does that allow us to go from what was 4 to 5 applications last year down to 1 or 2? And so that there is no goal. That's the great unknown. So hopefully over the next 2-year period, that'll be defined.
Thank you, Michael. What a very interesting presentation, and congratulations on the pink bollworm eradication. Yeah. And is that something you think that can be held fast? That it's gone and it'll stay gone and it'll never come back, or would you want to keep this facility open just in case there was a reoccurrence? But that's not the point today. The point today is you need that funding, and that funding you need is 21 million.
Yes.
And you would be looking for support for us.
Yes.
This facility is a publicly funded facility. Could it be taken over privately by grower groups and run by grower groups, or is it's a publicly owned and funded organization, and that's really the only choice, is to keep it public and keep it open as a public and keep APHIS and kind of the cooperators going, or would if they can't get the funding, could it be something taken over by industry?
You know, alternatives could be looked at, but one of the good things about the ask and the success of the pink bollworm program is that we need to have a steady flow of money that's not subject to budgetary constraints. Now, I will tell you on a go-forward basis, the pink bollworm program was actually funded by the growers. And so would we get to that point at some point? That's has been talked about, but we need to make sure that the technology is viable at this point. But if we can prove suppression at some point, there may be an ask in the future for a program that would be funded by growers.
I support the concept, the idea, the point you made to say this is sustainability. It is. It's an alternative to chemistry, which is, and it works.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. Thank you.
Just back to the 21 million, is that an annual allocation?
That would be. That's about what it costs to carry on the pink bollworm program. There is about 40 people that work down at the facility in Phoenix right now, and it fluctuates. Most of those are scientists that work for the the Arizona Department of Agriculture. And then also I want to give a shout out, there are a lot of researchers that are here in California that are also funded through the program by CDFA with the Pink Bullworm program. And so monitoring, counting traps, that will have to be a part of this as well.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Well, Mike, thank you for coming and sharing that with us. It's pretty, be great if this thing takes off and we can reduce our pesticide use on almonds.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up, Jim Houston.
Jim who?
Yeah. Oh, pardon me, Jim, I've got to apologize because I've done it twice now. But we wanted to open up for public comment for just a moment. And apologize for not doing it after our water, State Water Board guest, Joaquin Esquivel. Go ahead.
Now, Coach?
You're on.
Hi, Robert Gore. For the past 5 years, I've had the pleasure to help lead the ag lands, irrigated lands stakeholders for the Water Board. And very briefly, Joaquin is correct. There are terrible complexities, and we are managing together. The Water Board stakeholders meet on Tuesday. We've been informed by staff that the water rights permits will be going up 16 to 23%, and irrigated lands, ag lands, will go up 11.4%. For ag lands, this is after increases the last 2 years of 16 and 9%, respectively. The links are public on the Water Board site now. It's like herding angry badgers to get ag land stakeholders to agree on anything. So there is some disagreement about how to proceed, but overall, what we are working for is a collaborative arrangement where instead of being told we get fee increases, to work to organize how we spend our money together in advance. We've spoken to Joaquin about this, and we're transitioning to that sort of a concept in order to put a stake in the ground and find out where our fees have gone over the last decade and establish metrics. We will, at the end of the month, ask the Joint Legislative Audit Committee to do an audit of all the fees and water quality and water rights fees and how they've been spent. For example, at a staff meeting last week, I was told there was an assumption that the ag lands acreage would increase from 6.8 million to 8 million acres, thus reducing the cost because there's more acreage. Except for when I asked them, they hadn't accounted for sigma fallowing. Oops. So we need to make sure we participate on a continuing basis. Two other things very quickly. Central Valley Salts, I'm on the executive committee, which is a model for coalition participation. We'll have a workshop before the state board on July 2nd. This is vital that it get approved. Also, we have met twice in the last 3 weeks with Secretary Crowfoot and Director Namath about the water resiliency portfolio. So the ag land stakeholders do have a voice, and we appreciate your support as we continue this integration. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob. I appreciate that, and apologize for not getting in earlier. My oversight. All right, we will now move on to Jim Houston. Jim is with the California Farm Bureau Federation. Jim became administrator of the California Farm Bureau Federation in April 2019. Houston joined CFBF in October 2017 as manager of its Governmental Affairs Division. In January 2018, he assumed the additional duties of managing CFBF Legal Services Division and also serving as the organization's administrative counsel. Earlier, Houston served at the California Department of Food and Agriculture as Deputy Secretary for Legislation and Public Engagement, then as Department Undersecretary. His career also includes work as a legislative staff member for a Sacramento advocacy firm that represented agricultural clients. So, Jim, good to see you.
Thank you, thank you. Good to see many of you. I've sat on that table before, so good to see you. And then there's some new folks here as well, so welcome. This is a special group and a unique opportunity that leaders have to come to Sacramento and give voice to the governor and give advice along with the secretary. I appreciate Don's introduction. I have to say that I would like to get the dates for the moth release because my wife is going to want to avoid Bakersfield, right? She is terrified of moths. I just thought that was funny. Anyway, but I appreciate the opportunity to come and talk to y'all. This issue about, I don't even know what adjective to describe the paradigm between rural and urban. Is it a conflict? I think that's what we talk about it, a lot, but I don't think that's a particularly productive way to frame it. I think a disconnect maybe, but it's certainly a challenge that we find ourselves in and y'all find yourselves dealing with every day, which is how do we effectively communicate and connect with our consumers in urban areas, primarily in urban areas. And I think one of the things that is really interesting is that we are both reliant on one another. It is a symbiotic relationship, right? They are our customers, right? We want them to purchase our goods, and they need us. The reason that you're able to live in San Francisco or Monterey or LA, the reason that you can, the reason I can be administrator Farm Bureau, the reason my wife can be an attorney, the reason my mom can be a school teacher is because there are people that are farming. It just at its fundamental core, there are people that are farming. And, when I would talk a lot, when I was at the Department of Food and Agriculture, I would talk about eating a lot, right? Obviously, Farm to Fork, I don't know if you've noticed, Secretary Ross, kind of a leader in that area. And I would often talk about the difference between growing up and eating. And when I was growing up, eating was healthy. Okay, there was no concept of, maybe there's some, but we were eating, canned peaches, canned green beans, frozen stuff. Access to fresh fruits and vegetables, even in Clovis, California, was somewhat limited. I don't know by infrastructure or what, maybe it's just culture, awareness, whatever. The consumer trends were different. Now I have a 6 and an 8-year-old, and I get to feed them, my wife and I obviously together, and it's really a blessing because we have so many choices. We go to the farmer's market, we go to Nugget, we go to Bel Air, we go to Costco, but there are just there's almost too many choices in terms of what to buy my kids. But I do know that it's better than what I ate. It's healthier for them. The government system that regulates its safety is tremendously more robust, and that is just a real blessing that I have as a parent, and really all parents have right now in the United States, in large parts of the world, but for me personally here in Sacramento, and I don't want to take that for granted, right? But there is sort of this disconnect that we talk about, right? And in some sense, like I said, I have kids, I'm reading them, the Country Mouse, City Mouse, right? One of the cool things about kids, I hope, is the stuff that resonates with children, in some sense, is time immemorial, right? And so I'm able to read them, stuff that I read as a kid or my parents read as a kid. And City Mouse, Country Mouse is one of those sort of lines that we have, right? And it's a fun, great little story about sort of the juxtaposition between rural and urban values. But it's all with a vein of appreciation for both sides. City Mouse and Country Mouse are not fighting. They're getting along. And they're appreciating the values that each other brings, right? And then I also think about, we were just talking about it the other day with my family, it was Green Acres, right? This sort of paradigm of coming to the city, but once again, it's fun, it's entertaining, in some sense, it's free of judgment. That was, 40, 50, 60 years ago. And I think what's happened is that those emerged from a pop culture that still had appreciation for agriculture and for farming, even though there was large migrations to the cities. There was much more people entering the workforce, right? And that was just the beginning. And now we are at, in some sense, the zenith or the apex of that. Rates of of people working, of going to college is astronomical compared to what it was when I was a child. And that has a dramatic impact on their ability to understand what is happening in rural California. And I think one of the things that we have a tendency to fall into is to blame people now. Maybe it's that attenuation of generations, it's become too far removed, but we have a tendency to blame urban people. What the heck is wrong with them? You know, your food doesn't come from a refrigerator or a grocery store. How do you not know these things? And I think that is a mistake because it's not their fault. Right? I mean, it's not, you know, they're growing up in whatever environment they grew up in, whether that's a loft or a house in the East Bay or unfortunate low-income conditions that exist in California, right, in urban cities. But at no point in time is there, a reason for them to go and scratch that surface and figure out what really is going on and what are those complexities. You know, I hear about pesticides and that they're bad, but I'm really going to dive in and figure out all the complexities of pesticide decision making in California. That's an unrealistic expectation to have of urban consumers. And the fact that they don't live up to that, we make a mistake if we get angry about that. What we should see that is as a challenge, as an opportunity, and how do we get in there and educate and connect with them and help them, understand those things. Now, the other thing, and this is a bit timely, I guess, is there is a bad side to this. Okay. Yesterday, we saw, I'm sure folks heard about, there are 500 protesters that went out to a duck farm in Petaluma. They broke in, they stole ducks. They chained themselves to the processing conveyor belt. They laid down on the processing conveyor belt. They were arrested, 98 people, and they were on the radio this morning, and if you heard them, they did nothing wrong. Their view of animal agriculture is completely disconnected from the real world. It just is. I know we don't like to say that a lot, but the fact is that it is. That they're even on their website. What they want, literally, is for vigilante justice. They want you, any person, to have the right to go in, unannounced, to any farm and take action for whatever they view as should be the animal standards. This is an untenable position, obviously. And if you talk to people here in Sacramento, I don't think many of them would say, yes, that's a legitimate policy proposal that we should implement here in California. But there is some understanding, there is some reluctance, I guess, but there is some sympathy or empathy that they have with those people. Because those people are striking at a core for some people in urban area that struggle with animal agriculture, right? And so what's likely to happen, or in another situation would happen, Tanya Tosconi from the Sonoma County Farm Bureau was on there afterwards, and she was, she was wonderful. She was reasonable, she was thoughtful, she was understanding, she was empathetic. She didn't, give away the farm or anything, but, she was trying to be what I think we all in agriculture, at least, most of us, are trying to understand the urban perspective and try to have that connection. What concerns me is that these situations always have a tendency in policy to result in a compromise that is always one-directional. And so what I coined today is I think agriculture and rural California, in some sense, have a half-life, right? I don't know if folks understand what the concept of half-life is, but basically, a radioactive material emits, it basically reduces its size in half at a particular interval, right? It's giving off radiation, and so it's what's called the half-life. And what that means is it's a linear progression towards reduction that never ends. And when we look at what is happening with agriculture in California, that is one of the things that concerns me, is that we have this half-life. That the trends are all in one direction, that they are towards higher barriers to entry, towards more regulation, towards lower margins, towards less labor and less water. And I don't mean to like bemoan that. I'm not here to, but I mean, that is just the reality. I mean, if you just take a step back, I'm a big baseball fan, analytics. If you just look at the analytics, that's the trend line. And there are consequences to that. There are benefits to that. I mean, I think, the environment is better off. Food is safer. But the consequences is that it's much, much harder to start a farm today. It's much, much harder to be a small farmer today than it used to be. And yet we have a consumer population that wants small farming. And so, this is it, right? Like, this is the crux of the thing that we all struggle with. How do we break that sort of logjam and connect the wires? And it's my belief that you need a lot of things. You need to be engaged, obviously, which I think we are. And we at the Farm Bureau, I'm really, really excited about some of the stuff that we're going to be doing under Jamie Johansson's leadership in terms of connecting with consumers and engaging with people to help them better understand agriculture and the challenges that we face. I don't mean challenges but you go out and something happens, you got to fix it. That's what happens. So sort of those complexities. But you also need structural help. So, the natural tendency of demographics, of human, existence, is one that tends towards more people in urban populations, right? I mean, we look at that, any country, anywhere in the history of the world, that's what you're going to see. You're going to see agrarian switching to urban. And what happens there then is all of those urban people go back to the beginning of the talk, right? Now you've got this huge population of people that doesn't know anything, and they're 3 generations removed from the farm. When you're 1 generation removed from the farm, you're probably okay. 2 generations, I don't know. 3 generations, you've probably forgotten everything, And so they're now making decisions. They're electing representatives. They are the population's base. And there's nothing that we can do about that. So it reminded me of, these things that my parents used to have on the wall. And so my dad had, maybe some of yours did, what part of no don't you understand? They had that framed. And my mom had the serenity prayer, right? Right, which is God, what is it? God grant me the wisdom to know the things I can change, the courage to change, or no, God grant me something to know the things I can't, the knowledge to know the things I change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. Okay. But basically, it's about thinking about what you can control, what you can't control. And you can't control people, right? I can't force urban consumers to like agriculture or to learn about agriculture. I can try and engage them. I can try. But at the end of the day, people are people. So what we do is we put in structural things that help. Farm Bill is one of them, right? The bicameral legislature in the United States Senate is one of them. Like it or not, that was the intent, was to balance out the majority rule versus the minority rule. And that's why they gave the Senate the representation that it did. And in Reynolds versus Sims, they used to have that in California. In Reynolds versus Sims, the United States Supreme Court threw it out. I'm not here to argue the constitutionality of that, but the result is that we are going to have continued increase in city populations, and the imbalance is only going to grow. So, sorry, long-winded, but what do? We need structural help. So we are trying to start, Farm Bureau, very small, and building off of the experience that we have had working with government and here at the Department of Food and Agriculture and personally, which is to get a rural economic advisor here. And it's AB 417 by Mr. Arambula. It's going through the legislature right now. But basically that is the idea. And I didn't ask Bob to come up here and say that, but he was very timely in that, the focus of this primarily was Sigma, right? Like the whole point, in some sense, there's going to be things, there are things beyond Sigma, there's going to be things beyond Sigma, but Sigma was the thing that kind of came up and slapped you in the face and said, oh my God, what are we going to do? It's not that we're going to undo Sigma or that Sigma wasn't, time had come, right? But there is going to be a reckoning in the Central Valley. There is going to be fallowing. And what are we going to do for those people, for the workers, for the employees, for the families? What are we going to do? Well, the first thing we should do is figure out what's going to happen, to study it, to look at it, to go to Delano, to Orosi, right, to Pixley, and ask those people and look at it and study it and figure it out. What are going to be the trends? Where the investments need to be made? Workforce education, right? Training, job opportunities, investments. How are we going to help these communities survive? Because the answer should not be you have to pack up and go to LA or San Francisco. Good luck to you. And I don't mean to be, judgmental, I guess, but it's hard for me to reconcile the fact that we as a state spend millions and millions and millions and millions, billions of dollars planning on all sorts of things for urban areas. But we haven't spent a dime on Sigma. Not a dime. We're gonna fallow 1 million acres in the Central Valley, and we have not spent a dime figuring this out. And the plans are due January 2020. So I don't mean to be, dramatic, but I am, certainly passionate, I guess, about these things. And I think that it's not a hard problem to solve. Let's get, somebody here at the department whose job it is to look at the facts, to look at the science, to look at the economics, and understand what are strategies that the state can do to help mitigate these impacts, like we do in all sorts of areas all across the state. And I think little things like that will help, because at the very least, it will give these communities a voice. It will give them personal attention that they very much deserve. And the other thing is, and I think, Joy, you brought it up earlier, broadband, right? So I've been doing this, right, for 20 years, but at least for 10, I've heard about broadband and how we need to get broadband. And we work with the fairs and try to get broadband. Karen and I met with the High-Speed Rail Authority back in its infancy, right, and try to get broadband. How can we dovetail these things? I mean, we're turning over every stone trying to get broadband into rural areas. I mean, I don't have to convince you why it's needed. I mean, it's critical. It's a catalyst for economic support for these areas. You want to mitigate the impacts of Sigma? Maybe broadband will help. Maybe that'll give job opportunities to people who don't want to live in LA or San Francisco, but like to live, outside, in the country. There's nothing wrong with that. And so I think my point is we have to find ways to have courage at the state level, to make investments, to isolate the problems and tackle those specific problems. I think we have a tendency to just broadband, it's so big. I don't know. No, they're very specific. Let's start with this place, that town. Can we get broadband there? Right? And if we can get broadband there, can we get it there? And let's start knocking off the list. On the AB 417, can we just start there? Can we start with Sigma? Can we start with an economic multiplier? The county ag commissioners. Let's not let the famous saying about how to eat an elephant. One bite at a time, right? I mean that's the best hope we got. And I think that it's not just something that rural people need. I mean maybe people think that, but this is something that urban people need as well. It is a symbiotic relationship, and they may not know it yet. But if rural California and the agricultural bounty that it provides, goes away, we will not recognize California, and that would be a very, very sad day. So anyway, I've talked, I'm sure, way too long, but I appreciate you listening to me, and happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Jim. We'll go ahead and open it up. The woman with the B, go ahead.
Actually, I'm not going to mention the B word. I think 'cause you already said it all. So thank you for that. My question is, CDFA is already dedicated to rural and to agriculture. So I'm wondering if having another layer in that agency is worthwhile. Perhaps more importantly or effectively would be in the governor's office.
Yeah, no, that's a fair question, and I'll just be honest. From my experience, and God bless the governor's office, but CDF. Sorry, CDFA as an agency, as just a structural entity, I think has advantages. The governor's office has a tendency to be a little bit nebulous in terms of roles and responsibilities. This is not a judgmental thing. This is just all governor's offices, just the structure of how executive offices function. There are institutional advantages that come with the department. The mission and vision of the department are very specific to agriculture, and it helps them, I think, in some sense, have access to agricultural decision makers that they might be a little bit more reluctant in the governor's office. They're going to have to balance lots of things. They're just physically. They're in the horseshoe or something, right? And so you're surrounded by other people who have different charges and different missions. And at least at the Department of Food and Agriculture, everyone has a sort of common mission. And I think the intent is for this person to have a lens that is focused on rural California and agriculture. And ensconcing them here at the department gives them, I think, a platform and leverage that we otherwise wouldn't get.
Yeah, and Joy, if I could add to that, if you ask Resources Agency, they say they're dedicated to rural California, because not all rural counties or rural areas are exactly the same. Some are dominated by forestry. What we all have in common is we're dominated by being a natural resource dependent economic driver. And so I think what Jim is proposing here is rural California, where agriculture is the dominant economic driver, and the forces that are creating change to allow us to look at beyond just agriculture and the activities of farming as the driver, but that with SGMA coming at us, what do we do to save infrastructure? What do we do to make sure there's still quality education? What do we do to make sure there's workforce training? And without just being a go-biz that is about, well, we'll just diversify the economic base here and agriculture may be a lot less. It's still allowing us, the way I listen to Jim, it's still allowing us that ag is still a dominant, relevant economic driver that can do all these other things in an integrated system. So John Laird and I used to fight, and then Ana Caballero, we used to fight over who's really the voice for rural California. So I just want to make sure that we understand there are some differences in rural California. But we all need broadband.
Just a short comment, being the lone person from the school lunch food program aspect of it. Yay! And this is definitely not the panacea to what's going on with California agriculture and understanding it. But I just want to highlight, when you're talking about starting small and starting little, these farm to preschool programs are amazing. I mean, we've had a 4-year-old that when they saw a banana, they asked, "Where's the sticker on the banana?" because they're just so used to seeing everything coming directly from the store. So I just wanted to highlight that and the efforts that, the UC Cooperative Extensions, I know they're getting reduction in a lot of their work, but there's just a lot of work that's happening in the urban areas, and I'm in Los Angeles, around, educating our young ones about what's agriculture and farm.
Yeah, thank you for that. I really appreciate that comment. Because it is something that, I think we've spent some time on, but with little kids, it really is a great opportunity. And I have to share, so my son, James, really likes strawberries, Chris. And there is a farm, you may know them, maybe they're members, V&M Farms in Santa Cruz, Watsonville, right? Santa Cruz County, Watsonville. And they have booths at the Sunday Farmers Market here and Tuesday Farmers Market there. And I promise you, there is a literal percentage. Like if you broke my son down into his constituents, he's like 5% V&M Strawberry Farms, my point is that we are literally growing the things that our children are made out of. Okay? They're eating those things and they're growing muscles and they're growing, right? They're using the food that we give them to grow. And that's a really powerful opportunity, I think, that we have to connect with consumers on that level. So thank you for that.
Well, thank you very much for your talk. Lots of food for thought. Really appreciate it. When I couldn't agree with you more about the symbiotic relationship between rural communities and urban communities. I too have young kids who've kind of redefined food and how we eat. Well, my kids aren't so young anymore. Sorry, they're actually now teenagers. So, but I have a question for you when you think about what it means to pay attention to rural communities, because you're exactly right that we constantly see the movement of people from rural areas to urban areas. But if you ask a lot of those people, did they want to make that move? The answer is no.
Well, yeah.
And, one of the challenges we have is that I think a lot of people in those urban areas would like to see more of the small farms. They'd like to understand more. They'd like to know the farmers. They'd like to have an actual relationship. But the way the industry is moving now is towards larger and larger farms. Yep. And people who are farm workers who, let's be honest, the only difference between a farmer and a farm worker is access to capital and land, don't have access to capital or land. Yep. So I'm just curious whether that is part of what you mean when you say rethinking these assumptions we have about rural and urban, and what you think we could do about beginning to tackle that problem.
First of all, coming in here, as I was thinking about, what to say, that was kind of one of the things that I meant to say is, when people go from rural to urban, they're forced to. It's generally not elective. There's always one, but generally, people go because there's not opportunity where they're at. And so, yes, in some sense, I think that's what people don't understand is sort of the evolution and these barriers. Because when I talk to folks, and I mean it, with all sincerity, we, the farmers now, right, who own farms or operate farms now, 1, 2, 3, 4 generations, 5 generations ago, somewhere down their line, there was somebody who was just like the person who is living, in crappy conditions in Salinas right now. I'll never forget George Altamira, in Napa, slept in a chicken coop, right, and worked his way. Now, apparently, I believe him. But the point is that there are all of these people who were able to make the sacrifice, come here, work hard. We talk about the American dream. You can't do that anymore. It's really, really, really hard to work hard, save us some money, buy a plot of land, put some stuff in the ground, and grow from there. Those barriers to entry are just too high. And so, what do we do? I think you have to recognize, or we have to come to grips, honestly, with small farms and the regulatory environment that surrounds them. We have to be willing to do one or the other, right? We either need to lessen the regulatory burden on small farms, or we need to provide money to help them comply with the permits and regulations. Neither of those things are without controversy, but I don't, just looking at it and being intellectually honest, I don't see how you go any other direction, because we're not going to erode the outcomes. And I think, we talk about regulations, but regulations are trying to achieve an outcome, right, of some sort of environmental or health consequence is trying to be avoided. And so, how do we work with small farms so that they can be profitable, so that they can, invest in the practices that are necessary? And I think there has to just be a willingness on the part of the state, which is the consumer, as well, to invest in those things.
Well, Jim, I appreciate all your information today, and good to see you again here in front of the board. You're always welcome too. We're going to go ahead and break for lunch. Speakers, you're welcome to join us around the room on the left, and we want to get started at 12:45. So,
Don, can I just mention that was some passion from Jim there, wasn't it?
Well, I agree.
I mean, son of a gun, coming in with guns blazing.
No, I agree with you, and I appreciate that, Jim. We know that it's a very complex situation, and it's hard to find the right answer. I agree. There's the demise of the smaller farm for a lot of reasons, economic and regulatory issues that we face every day. And not only small farms going away, but you're seeing larger farms disappearing as well. The people are getting out. And right, somebody is always there to farm the land. But anyway, thank you. Appreciate you coming in. Jim, so you didn't, what was the ask? Yes, sorry.
Sorry.
That was very
If
true.
the State Board of Food and Ag, in all of its wisdom, could see fit to support the AB 417, she's still to this day teaching me.
417?
AB 417, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Joaquin Arambula.
Jim, my wife called the Union Square Hilton her chicken. No.
Yeah, come on, if you guys. All right, we'd like to reconvene our board. Affairs. All right, we'd like to go ahead and get started with the overview of California fairs. We have Sarah Cummings from the Western Fairs Association and John Kazuro. Sorry, apologize. With the California Department of Food and Ag. Sarah Cummings is the Executive Director of Western Fairs Association. Sarah was previously the General Manager of the Colorado State Fair and has been the CEO of the Salinas Fair and the Sonoma Marin Fair here in California. John is a branch chief within the CDFA's Division of Marketing Services, which provides physical and policy oversight for the network of California fairs. So welcome both. I understand there's a lot of fairs going on right now. Maybe you can fill us in. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us this afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here speaking with all of you. A couple of familiar faces and connections, so this is a fun opportunity. The Western Fairs Association is a professional nonprofit trade association that serves the fair industry throughout the Western United States and Canada. The association's primary purpose is to assist in the highest professional standards of the fair industry with a voluntary network of fair and fair-related members. Our goals are to ensure the prosperity of the fair industry and also to provide educational opportunities to those involved in the fair industry. We are thrilled this year as we're looking forward to our upcoming new fiscal year. There's exciting news for the fair industry as a whole. We, as an industry, are structured with district agricultural associations, which are state association fairs, nonprofit fairs, citrus fruit fairs, and California State Fair. And we have been very closely tied over the years to horse racing, which was our primary source of funding for many, many years. As the horse racing industry declined, so did our level of funding. So we as an industry understood that we needed to put some efforts into finding a new approach to support the industry financially moving forward. So we looked at different opportunities, and in 2009, we were so pleased to be generously granted a continuous appropriation of $32 million, which would replace the sources of funding derived from horse racing and would help the fair industry continue to move forward. We received that appropriation of $32 million from 2009 to 2011, at which point the funding was removed from the budget, and in January of 2012, fairs were designated as self-sufficient. That was something that was very concerning to our industry, concerning to our members. We have fair members large and small throughout the state of California that were very reliant on this funding as a mechanism to keep their businesses rolling successfully. So we, as Western Fairs Association and our subsidiary, California Fairs Alliance, knew that we had to get to work to see how we can find a new approach to supporting our fair industry. And so we're thrilled, coming with this new fiscal year, we have a new source of funding that is going to be supporting our industry moving forward. There was legislation passed, and this is a source of funding that essentially makes us self-sufficient as fairgrounds and fairs moving forward. The California Department of Tax and Fee Administration is managing, overseeing, and calculating the total gross receipts generated on fairgrounds, and a percentage of those total gross receipts are coming back to the fair industry in a form of new funding. So as we continue to do our business moving forward, as each of our fairs continue to be business enterprises in their local communities, it is coming back in the form of support to the fair industry. So we're very thrilled with that. We're thrilled with the opportunity to be self-sufficient moving forward, and we're thrilled with the opportunity to be able to, as a network, continue to strengthen the fair industry, which is so important to our agricultural roots and to each of our local communities. So this is very good news for us moving forward. So that money is 0.75% of the total gross receipts generated on fairgrounds, and the California Department of Tax and Fee Administration added a line to their report, and as vendors on fairgrounds report their annual taxes, the taxes that they are reporting on that form, they are designated as generated on fairgrounds. So it's not a new tax, it's not, and just sort of a new mechanism. So we are working very closely with Fairs and Expositions to communicate with all of our fair members as to how this is going to be rolled out and how things are going to be distributed to the fairs moving forward. F&E will be hosting 2 regulations workshops for all of the fair industry participants that would like to participate. Opportunities in June and July to hear about how this will be moving forward and to provide their feedback, so we're thrilled with that. And then we spent a significant amount of time last year as the California Fairs Alliance working with each of our areas to collect some preliminary information that we've made recommendations to F&E as well, with how we'd like to see this moving forward to support our industry with this new funding mechanism. So as an industry, things are looking up and we're excited. We also, a huge part of what the Western Fairs Association does each year is provides education to the fair industry, not only the fairs themselves, but all of our fair partners. We call them in our association service members. Those are the food vendors and the commercial vendors, and essentially any other person, any other mechanism on the fairgrounds that makes the fairgrounds work. And so we provide in January a 4-day training opportunity with our annual convention. We work very closely with F&E and with other states, as this is a regional training with the Western Fairs Association. But we provide a very high-level educational opportunity at that convention to present the most current, up-to-date trends in the fair industry, and making sure that as an industry, we've set the standard for each of our fairs to learn and follow from. We also provide a management conference each fall, so we invite our fair managers to attend this conference and again, give them the most current trends and up-to-date educational information to ensure the strength of the fair industry moving forward. I would like to take a moment to invite you all, if you'd like to come to our January convention. It will be in Reno, January 19th through 22nd in 2020. So if you have any interest, you're welcome to reach out. We would love to show you the convention and what we are all about. I'd also like to take a moment for an invitation, and I'm sure Mr. Pickering, the CEO of the California State Fair, will also echo this. Together we host an open house at during the California State Fair. This year it will be July 25th from 5 to 7 p.m. So if you happen to be in the Sacramento area July 25th and you'd like to join us at our open house, it would be my pleasure to introduce you to many of our members moving forward. Anything else? No, it's good. Okay. Any questions of me? Yes.
Thank you for your presentation. I was a little confused about the money part. So total gross receipts I'm trying to understand, is that where were the total gross receipts going before this little bit came to the fair?
They have been supporting the state budget, so it would essentially be sales taxes reported by those business persons, reported to the state of California. We just now have the opportunity this year to designate that they were generated on a fairgrounds to then be a part of this calculation mechanism to come back and support the fairs.
Yeah, so before they just went into general fund. And so the fairs industry has worked very hard, and others, to identify a mechanism. It still will not be foolproof if we get a prolonged recession. It could still be swept, like has happened before. But there are a lot of people, and over the years, to help people understand, these are vital parts of our state infrastructure. There's a ton, a boatload of deferred maintenance on these state-owned properties, and that there needs to be a partnership. And so there's some extended conversations about dedicating part of this money as opposed to just letting it go to general fund.
Yes.
So how much money? I know every ag district is different, but in general, about how much additional funding do you anticipate they're going to receive? CLUSA, for instance.
Yeah, so the projection we received is, the projection we received for the funds is about $18 million. Now, we're still going to be developing programs on how those funds are going to be allocated. So those are going to be in the works. Yes, yes. So we also received some general fund support, but it's very minimal.
It'll still be less than the 32 they used.
Correct.
But there'll be a preference for rural fairs for that 18 million, aren't there? I mean, you heard Jim Houston. You heard Jim Houston. You heard Jim Houston, didn't you?
Yeah. We'll be fair.
But Butte County's not rural.
Point. I didn't get to talk to Jim about that, didn't I? But you know, the Orange County Fair, they don't really need, I mean, they got so much money already, right? So,
Good point.
well, Sarah, I was wondering if, how many fairs do you attend annually? And what are a few fairs that are best kept secrets? I mean, everybody knows about the OC and the State Fair, and we all love those. But I bet there's some secrets that we should know about.
Absolutely. Well, as the former manager of the Salinas Valley Fair, I would have to say, especially with a few Central Coast people on the board, that's a great place to visit. It's a very small, charming fair with very, very deep agricultural roots. When you look at the Salinas Valley Fair in comparison to many other fairs, it's a 4-day fair with, I would think, it may have changed since I've been there, but 35,000 in annual attendance, and their junior livestock auction brings in $1.5 million for the kids, which is just phenomenal. So that is definitely a best kept secret. On the less agricultural side, the Marin County Fair is an incredibly diverse and very well done fair. They have a very strong arts and education program. And that is certainly one that I would suggest if you're out and about over the 4th of July weekend that you may consider attending. But there are many of those types of fairs throughout the state. When you get there, you find these hidden gems, and they're so important to their community. And I think that's what makes me so passionate about the fair industry, is to see what they do to serve their communities, not only during the fair event, but all year round. I think it's very easy for us to think of the fair industry as the 4 or 5 days of the fair, when really the fairgrounds is such an important part of what they do. Again, speaking from experience, Salinas Valley Fair, the fairgrounds in King City is a hub of activity. Every single weekend there's some sort of community event or cultural celebration or private event happening within that property. And so I think it's important as we move forward to really look at fairs as fairgrounds and event centers and know that they're a very, very important cultural community component. Wonderful, thank you.
Good afternoon, President Cameron, board members, Secretary Ross, and again, thank you for allowing to have fairs on the agenda today. I just want to go over a little bit about the structure of the California fairs. There's 77 fairs in California, 52 district agricultural associations, 22 county fairs, 2 citrus fairs, and Cal Expo. And those are dispersed throughout the state. And as far as magnitude, we're talking about 6,700 acres, and each fairgrounds has numerous buildings, livestock pavilions, and halls. Also, as far as staffing, there's about 600 permanent employees. And also, as far as boards, as far as the DAs go, as you're appointed by the governor, the boards are appointed by the governor as well. Now, there's 9 seats per DA board. So if you do the math on that, that's 468 board members. So with all those figures, there's lots of opportunities, but also lots of challenges. And I just want to touch about what Sarah was talking about, the misconception of fairs. And I've seen this firsthand, where everyone thinks the fair, they put on the fair event, and they close their doors, and they're done for the year. And that's very, very far from the truth. They host a variety of community events, interim events, such as RV shows, home shows, and also they have a lot of long-term leases, such as schools. Even we have a fair in the Central Valley that has a Lowe's and a shopping center on its fairgrounds. So they're very, very busy, and I really commend fair management and staff because they don't have the 8 to 5 job. They're there 24/7, 7 days a week most of the time. The other key component, the other activity, which has been keeping them busy, they've been a safe haven for the communities for emergencies, whether that's hosting an evacuation center, fire camp. And so when you talk about fire camp, you're talking about multiple personnels where it's a little city where they bring in, they got food, they got gas, they got you name it. Also, as far as evacuation center, you're talking about their fairgrounds are hosting their community, their people, their animals. And the fairs, they just don't let the emergency personnel or Red Cross show up and say, hey, here are the keys to the fair. No, they are there. They are there 24/7, working side by side with them because the fairs, it's almost like another event for them. And they know where the water, where the sewer shutoffs are, where the cleanouts are, all that very important things that happen. In the last 3 years, as you all know, the fires have been pretty brutal here in California and landslides, especially down south. Now, there's some things that the fairs working with emergency entities has worked really well. And there's some things that need some more work. And we've taken a proactive approach to reach out with the fair industry to get their input. And we called a hot wash or after action meeting with the fair industry to get what's their key issues on what's working and what needs some assistance. We then took those notes, that feedback, and we met with Cal OES, Social Services, DGS. We got them all in there. And it was really good because some things they're aware about, some things they knew. There's a lot of things they didn't know. So we've created this really close relationship with those emergency entities, and we're starting to share information and resources, and hopefully that when the next emergency happens, hopefully not this year, not next, but we're going to be better prepared. And as far as preparedness, we always emphasize that fairs, as they know they're going to get the call one of these days, is that before they get that call is to meet with emergency entities, meet with Red Cross, have them go on the fairgrounds, have them tour, see where all the infrastructure is, be like, okay, we're going to put the kitchen here, we're going to put RVs here, have that plan in place because we've seen it too many times where that plan's not in place and it's, I guess you can call it organized chaos. They get it done, but it's not pretty. Now, during an emergency situation, communication's key. And I'm going to have to mention the B word, and that's and that's broadband. And I've seen this firsthand at a fairgrounds when they had the fires in Napa and Sonoma. I went down there. I mean, I probably shouldn't have gone. It's pretty dangerous. But I went down there and, I was with the fair manager, let them know whatever resources he might need, how we can assist. And literally, I'm talking with them, and we're getting covered with ashes. We're that close. So I was like, ooh, I better call my wife. No signal. So I think having that broadband, getting that to rural fairgrounds, and even some urban areas, I think it's very, very important. And I'd like to tip my hat to Joe Sterling, who's been involved in a lot of these meetings, so thank you, Joy, for that. And also the California Broadband Council and the California Emergency Technology Fund have also spearheaded the effort. And we're providing them information on what they need, because a lot of times they want to know acreage, number of buildings, things like that, so we can supply that information. We also made another friend, the Information Technology Disaster Resource Center, and we learned about them during when Yuba Sutter was serving as an evacuation center. Because we went there and the fair manager says, hey, we got full internet throughout the fairgrounds. We got Wi-Fi for everyone. And I was like, well, how'd you do that? And here, talk to these folks here. And they're a nonprofit group funded out of the Silicon Valley, and they go throughout the U.S. So when there's an emergency, flooding, fire, you name it, they go and set up, and they provide that service free of charge. So they're kind of our new buddies. We're keeping in contact with them. As far as preparedness, I want to talk about training. And Sarah talked about a couple training opportunities already. And we're really going to focus this year and upcoming years on focusing on training staff, board members, and CEOs. Because F&E, we're starting to get a little more staff, a little more resources, and we want to give those resources back out to the industry and help them know their roles and responsibilities. We already had one at the OC Fair in last May, and it was very successful, very good comments. We've asked CalExpo and WFA, and we're going to partner with them on the open house, and we're going to do another one. That's going to be July 25th, and then we're going to follow up with another one in the fall. Everyone that's attended these meetings, they were very grateful because there's a lot of information. When they come on, they're just not educated, and so it's an opportunity to bring them up to speed. We're also given the opportunity to hire a training coordinator. We were without a training coordinator for many years, so now we have someone to connect with the fair industry and get them trained, again, on the roles and responsibilities. We also developed a reimbursement program for the fairs. So for small and medium-sized fairs, they're given the opportunity to get reimbursement to go to trainings. It's just really important because we've kind of seen the ugly side when fairs are not trained in staff. So we want to avoid those. This is a kind of a proactive approach. The other thing we did is all DA staff and board members are enrolled in the CDFA Online University. So that's been a good tool to get staff and board members certified. Yeah, lots of fun. Lots of fun. Yeah. And also I want to talk about another funding source we're grateful for, and that's SB 5 or Prop 68 that was passed by the voters. And it was $4 billion with a B to promote access to clean water, parks, recreations for underserved low-income communities. Now, the fairs were actually able to obtain $18 million out of that, and that's going to be focusing on deferred maintenance for the fairgrounds, which is very much needed. We're kind of hitting the ground running. We already had fairs submit applications. We're going to the committee reviews right now, and we're looking to probably get projects started probably the end of the summer, beginning of the fall. So we're very excited to get that rolling out, and then we're going to roll that money out over a 3-year period. So we're very excited to get some much needed support because it's been a struggle, and the fairs, they've sacrificed a lot to kind of keep the doors open to the public and keep them operational. So I have one ask of the board, and that is for you to go out to your local fair or not. Go out to another fair. Go out to the Marin County Fair, Cal Expo. There's Dixon just passed, but Calaveras just passed too. Siskiyou, where's Siskiyou at? He's here. Go to his fair. It's a great way to support the community and bring your family too. And it's not just about the carnival. It's about agriculture. It's about kind of what Jim was talking about, making that connection between rural and urban. And the fairs are a great mechanism for that. Thank you.
Thank you, John, Sarah. Do we have any other questions? Yep, go ahead, Andy.
I just make a comment. My hat's off to you, and I've met Sarah a couple of times. Sarah and John, you're doing a great job. I would encourage you to maybe repackage, rebrand the county fair. I mean, I know what a county fair, I grew up, I've been with county fairs all my life, showing livestock and judging and all kinds of things. But as we think about that urban interface, I think it is just changing the connotation of a county fair, because I see the Mid-State Fairgrounds up, I'm very involved with them. And I mean, there's something there almost every day of the week, year round. And it's incredible because there are things that support so many different parts of the community. And it really has become the kind of the center place for the community in the San Luis Obispo County. So, people just need to know that. Maybe just some changing the connotation of the county fair might be helpful. But great job. I know we had emergency crews there as well when the fires. It's amazing what they get done real quick.
Yeah.
So
Thank you.
Well, I too just wanted to thank you so much. I'm in San Mateo County and love our fair, and it was always a delight to be able to take my kids out there and for them to meet young people younger than them who are growing livestock bigger than them, and they were super impressed, so that's always a really great thing. Quick question for you, how do you all and your members think about affordability with the fairs? Because sometimes they are, I just don't, to be honest with you, I don't remember whether these are free, whether there's a ticket price, whether you guys are giving people guidance on that, and kind of how you think about that piece of it from the, just like a visitor coming to any of those.
Yeah, well, the board works with the CEO to decide the price of admission for the fair, but it's not always just one price one day. There's always an opportunity to, Thursdays might be half off, or sometimes you bring like a canned good or whatever promotion you might have to get in the fair free. So there's always an affordable option for a family to get into the fair.
The concert, Billy Ray Cyrus was free at the Silver Dollar Fair with admission, and there was a $1 day admission as well, and a free admission for kids on a certain day. But if you wanted front row seats with Billy Ray Cyrus, it was extra.
Thank you very much for what you're doing. I have a couple questions. One is on the 18 million for infrastructure. Is that for projects going forward? I'm from Colusa County, so we have been in the fundraising mode for the first year they raised I think it was $80,000 from the community for infrastructure. But it would sure be nice if we could get reimbursed for some of that. But I don't know if you're going to look backward on this at all. But we had to replace gas lines, and then on the preparedness for CAL FIRE and those events, maybe in the future they ought to pay some sort of fee on an annual. Oh, do they?
Yes.
No, when they're using it, but maybe an annual fee. A retainer, yeah, just for some more cash flow. Just an idea.
Yeah, so I'll touch a little bit on the 18 million. So unfortunately, we can't go back and pay what work has been done already. It is a bond, and what we're telling is that Department of Finances uses that as a auditing platform for their new auditors. So we're expecting to get audited, so we're not going to be able to reimburse at this time.
Thank you both so much for everything that you do. I think, it's funny you talk about rebranding the county fair. There's something wonderfully nostalgic about the county fair that you want to keep. But at the same time, bringing it into making sure it's relevant, particularly for young people. And that, of course, requires. But I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but I do have an ask.
Oh.
Oh, my gosh. Anyway, I do have an ask, and that is, if you could poll the fairgrounds, and there's two things that would be really great to know. One is, what connectivity do they really have? You know, and I can give you a bunch of questions to ask, you know, specifics that would be helpful. But I just learned that at the Santa Rosa Fairgrounds, to put up a temporary tower for the 10 days of the fair costs $120,000. And that's for one company, one provider, and only people. So for $250,000, we could do it permanently. And so it's just dumb. And so the second important part in the survey would be what is being spent on temporary connectivity. At Bottle Rock and Napa Memorial Weekend, oh my God, it's just ridiculous for 3 days. You know, I mean, it would take 5 years for it to pay for itself. And then we would have in place, because bringing in that temporary, not only is it costly, but there's a time lag. And that's what's unfortunate. And what we're learning is that particularly the fires are happening at such an accelerated rate that when you lose 3 days for not having connectivity, it's a real problem. And it's very important for us to remember that public safety communication is not just for first responders. It's for the public. As you said, to be able to tell your wife that you're safe is extremely, extremely important. And if you wanted to file an insurance claim, that's your only way to do it. And we need to change the concept of the fairgrounds from the telecommunications standpoint, not being an opportunity for market grab, but for it to be a safety environment where everybody has access to connectivity. And I wish we could somehow explain to the providers that everybody will remember who helped them and no one will forget who stood in their way.
Okay, I'd like to thank both of you very much for coming in and your presentations today. So thank you.
Very much.
All right, our next group, we're going to have a panel discussion on California fairs. We have Patricia Conklin from the Dixon May Fair, Rick Pickering from the California State Fair, Lori Giannini from the Calaveras County Fair and Jumping Frog Jubilee, and Cliff Munson, Siskiyou Golden Fair. Our panel of fair leaders will provide perspective on some of the key issues impacting fairs, the importance of fairs to our rural and urban communities, and how the ongoing legacy celebrates our agricultural heritage. So welcome. Good to have you all here.
I can go first. She'll go first with my PowerPoint. Go for it.
We can go through it.
Okay, I'm Pat Conklin. I'm from Dixon Mayfair. I don't do sitting well, so I got to stand up. I'm a very animated personality, so I'll warn you right now. Thank you for letting me speak today on my favorite subject, fairs. I have been in the fair industry since 1983. I first started my career at Solano County Fair in Vallejo, California. I then moved on to the Butte County Fair in Gridley, California. Then I moved on to the Petaluma Fair, Sonoma Marin Fair in Petaluma, California, and then now I'm at the Dixon May Fair. I actually ran the Dixon May Fair and Petaluma at the same time because when the funding was pulled in 2012, Dixon was not in good financial shape, and that is my hometown fair. I grew up, went to Dixon High School, go Rams, and I didn't want to see it go down without a fight. So I talked to them, and they couldn't afford to have a full-time man. So the 4th DAA entered into an interagency agreement with the 36th DAA, and I got to work 2 fairs for the price of 1. The only thing that was really bad was commuting back and forth, because every other day I would be at one location or the other. So in 2014, I decided I can't do that anymore, because thank goodness in 2013, I was able to end that fair in the black and put in $260,000 into their bank account so we could get going again. But what that took was changing the model. They had big concerts, and I'm forever known as the person who got rid of the concerts. But as I told that board, they were the definition of insanity, who kept doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results, and that wasn't happening. So we went in, got rid of the concerts, and now every year since then, we have ended the year in the black. And we have been able to put money back into our infrastructure. We have been able to, we got a grant for our doors and, the panic hardware doors, well, because after a while they wear out and you need new ones, and chaining's not appropriate. So we got a grant for doors from that first round of infrastructure funding. We also got included Ansel hood system and to repair some of our floors in the kitchen. Unfortunately, because that round of funding was so many years ago, prices had gone up, but the fair was in the position to put in money of their own, so basically matched the grant to be able to finish those projects. We also have put in the last few years, every year we've budgeted in new tables and chairs, because I'm sure, as you know, at your facilities, those chairs and tables get pretty old. And so every year we have been able to purchase 20 new tables of the Mighty Light good plastic ones, the commercial ones, so when people sit on them, not supposed to, but they do, they stand up. We also have bought chairs, new chairs, ones that are wider and more comfortable for our guests and that they don't break. And we have purchased 900 of those in the last 5 years. So our customer is very happy. And in terms of our interim event, that actually has increased our rentals because they can see the facility looks nice. They have new tables and new chairs. And now we are thriving in our interim business. We are already full for 2019. We're almost booked up for 2020. We don't have weekends available. We are busy all the time. But one of our problems is we're very small. We have 37 acres, 5 buildings, barns, and arenas, but I have only 4 permanent people. Myself, a business assistant, and 2 maintenance workers. Now, I tell people all the time, some people might not appreciate this, but if I was truly government, I'd have more employees. Because we run 37 acres with that kind of management. We rely on temporary people, but our temporary workforce, besides April and May, is only 2 extra maintenance people. So we get in and do a lot of things. I'm there a lot on the weekends for all the big events. I'm the one who's there. We do a lot of, I clean the bathrooms, those kind of things, because we get in to get those things done, because we're small. So when John talked about 600 employees, they're not at Dixon. That's for sure. Last time I was here was in 2013, and that's right after the funding cut, and the fate of the industry was uncertain. And in fact, we thought maybe as much as a third of us would be gone. Well, thank goodness we're not gone, and so we're fair strong, right? We're fair strong. I'd say many of us are surviving, though, not thriving. I think we're hanging on by a thread, some of us, because as every business, inflation, things have gone up, wages have gone up, expenses have gone up. My water bill at the fairgrounds has tripled, and power. And the problem is, we have renters, and so we've gradually increased our rental fee, but you can't increase it as much as those costs are going up for us with wages and those things. So we're holding on. The American Fair has been here for over 200 years, and I'm confident we'll be here around for a future, but I'm concerned about changes in activism, too. We see more threats to our programs, and as you do, agriculture experiences a lot of threats from activists that don't quite agree with everything we do, our livestock shows, for example. So we see that, and we're tied to agriculture. And the pressure from others outside of the industry are making it increasingly difficult for us to do business, and it's costing us. So just like we added our YQCA program, Youth for Quality Care of Livestock, so people know that we take it seriously, that we believe in animals being treated fairly, but we have to let our public know that. We really face a real threat in the word underutilized, a word I really dislike, because we're not underutilized. I can tell you every weekend on the Dixon May Fairgrounds, I have at least 700 people. Sometimes I have 2 quinceañeras. Maybe I have a wedding and a quinceañera. Maybe I have a dog show, a wedding, a quinceañera. Maybe I have a baptism, a quinceañera, a dog show. I have many things on the fairgrounds. So if you look at the business, Monday through Friday, yeah, we have a school, we have Rotary meetings, we have Seroptimists, we have 4-H meetings, we have all these things. But if you were to look during the week, yeah, you might say, well, I don't see a lot of people. But if you take my weekend and say 700 to 1,000 people every weekend, and you took your business and said, well, do I get 700 to 1,000 people in my 5 days? We're not underutilized. My 5-day fair gets 60,000 people. It's huge. It's 4-day fair, sorry. I added a day just because it seems long to me. We just ended, and talk about affordability. You asked about affordability. Fairs are one of the things that are affordable. I often get a little miffed with the fact that we have many festivals on our fairgrounds that charge $25, $20, more than we charge, and nobody seems to complain. But if I up my gate by $1, oh my gosh, I'm in the papers, I'm horrible. And my admission is $12, which is one of the higher fares, but you get so much entertainment at our fair, and you get so much to do at the fair. Once you get inside those gates, we don't have the extra things. We do have the tractor pull, the derby, the bull and bronc ride, and those tickets are reasonable. They're $20, and if you buy them in advance, you get fair admission, so it's $20 or $25, depending if it's derby, because derby's very popular. We also do a Thrifty Thursday on Friday night, $5 for everyone. Kids 4 and under are always free. And then we have a kids' day, 12 and under are free on Friday. We also do pre-sale. So when people say, wow, you're expensive, I say, well, buy pre-sale. It's $8 instead of $12. So when you look at affordability, we are affordable. When you talk about repackaging the county fair, one thing that saved Dixon is that it is 144 years old, and it's the Dixon May Fair. So I wouldn't repackage that fair because that's why people come, because it's been there for a long time and they love it. And that's when we were making the decision to get rid of the concerts. We said, well, how many people go to the concerts versus come to the fair? And it was like 60-40. And I said, oh, we can survive because if 60% of the people come just for the fair, we're good. Also, fairs have a very loyal attendance base. Every fair has a group, a number that they know will come every year, no matter what you offer, because they're loyal to that fair. So we know we can survive just by being who we are. And interesting fact, Disney tried many, many years ago, probably 20, because I'm aging myself here, but to do what we do with competitive exhibits. They tried to do a county fair exhibit. They couldn't do it. It failed. Now, if Disney failed with county fair exhibits and we can do it, what's that say about us? And what I love about the fair and why I'm in about the fair is because of those competitive exhibits. Everybody can enter the fair. Doesn't matter who you are, and you can enter anything from a painted rock to a Picasso. It's at the fair. Now, judging those things is a whole nother matter, but it's a very good thing. I mean, that's what's great about a fair. You go in there and you can actually what makes your community tick. If I walk to Lori's fair, I walk into her competitive exhibit buildings, I could see what would be important to her community. You come to my fair, you're going to see what's important to my community. And sometimes they're similar, sometimes they're not. And when you go to an urban fair, it may be a little different. There may be more technology, those things, but you can see what's going on. Let's speak about the broadband. We in October of 2017, we were activated as an evacuation site for the Department of Developmental Services, the Sonoma Developmental Center. We had over 200 of their patients at our fairgrounds and 200 of their staff. One of the biggest challenges for them was broadband because of HEPA, because it wasn't secured. So they could not get it installed in time. So we had issues with that fact, because we work closely with Wave and those things on our fairgrounds. Our internet's far from great, but we could get them basic internet, but we couldn't get them secured internet. So, because when you have a hospital on your fairgrounds, you have to have security in place for HEPA. Our fair is 144 years old. As I said, we're one of the older fairs in the state. We've been around at our location for that long. We support agriculture, and this year when the exotic Newcastle disease came about, we canceled our poultry show to support agriculture, because we felt we needed to get on board to show that we needed to support and help stop a problem. So one thing we did do is we had a plush stuffed animal show. And I have photos that I'll be glad to pass around if you'd like to see them. And the kids loved them. And the pictures to help for themselves. These birds actually look like real birds. And the kids loved it. And so we were still able to have our poultry show. They just were plush stuffed. Now we say plush stuffed because we didn't want to say stuffed, because we were concerned we might get real animals that were taxidermied. So we fixed that problem. But the kids, when you see the photos, you'll love it. They really look like, and we talked to State Fair, so we were able to, our winner went on to Small Animal Supreme at the Dixon Mayfair, and then if they happen to win, they are going on to State Fair whether they had a real animal or not. So we're good. Oh, I cleared it with Jay. We're good. So as disasters seem to strike more and more, though, the fairgrounds across the nation are stepping up. And one thing I don't think that people realize is the fair, we're sometimes a forgotten heroes, the fairgrounds. Because we're the ones, we spend numerous hours there. When we had our facility there, I have, like I said, 4 people, and they were working 24 hours a day, and we said, finally, we have to get some help, because they'd go, oh, do you guys clean this? I go, I have 2 guys. We need some help here. But one thing that we do, too, is when people come to our facility, they're not necessarily from my area. So they don't know who to call, who can help them. And that's where we're probably one of the biggest resources for them. When we had this evacuation center at Dixon, we got them containers from our sponsor, and it was free of charge even. We got things for them quicker than they could get them, because I'd sit in meetings at 9 a.m. and they would be talking, and I'd just go, let me get on the phone. I go, and I'd get them for them, because we wanted to help, and my community wanted to help. And it's those ties to the community that make us probably even more valuable to these disasters than anything, not just our facility, but our ability to call upon people and say, let's get this done. Let's help out. The Dixon Mayfair is always an annual event in May, Mother's Day weekend. I would never change that, because everybody loves that. Not all the moms do, but my mom got many gifts from the Dixon Mayfair in that time. And when Solano County Fair used to be on Father's Day, my dad would get gifts from Solano County Fair, and my mom would get gifts from Dixon Mayfair. Since the loss of funding, the fair has made changes. Many changes. We've had to go through a lot of things, but we do need to look at, if I had an ask today, it would be to help us with getting our facilities better prepared for disasters. I have swamp coolers. Many fairgrounds have swamp coolers, evaporative coolers. Now, you know how hot it is here. We were lucky in October that we didn't get extreme heat or extreme cold. My heaters in that big hall are either on or off. There's really no temperature control. They're evaporative coolers. Now, when you have people in respirators at a building, evaporative coolers are not the best thing. The other thing is generators. They had to put generators on our buildings to make sure these people that are on respirators, if the power went down, they'd be okay. These are old facilities. I still have 1970s paneling in my office. So these are old facilities that need to be upgraded, and this would help our ability to better serve. We're very proud to serve, and we are honored to serve, but our infrastructure is that of, it's old. And we do our best and we try, but swamp coolers no longer will cut it when you're getting temperatures of 107 or 108, because after 90 degrees, that building is hot and humid. So we need help with those things. Our annual fair, as I said, attracts over 60,000 people. It's important celebration of the community, as all the fairs are. Friendly competitions have been around for over 200 years, and they give you bragging rights. You know, everybody's bragging about winning the fair. I've been to many fairs, and I enjoy most of all the people. What I like about fairs the most, and why I'm so hooked, is that when people go to a fair, they take a deep breath, they slow down, and they realize what's important. They take their time, and they create some memories, and they remember the things they did. You see grandmas, grandpas on benches with grandchildren, and you just don't see that anymore. So fairs are important to the community and to the state, and I think we do our best every single day to serve our community, and I think we do a good job at it. So thank you.
Good afternoon. Hello. I dropped the mic. You can take the girl out of the country. Oh, thank you. And let me see if we can get this PowerPoint. Hi, thank you very much, Secretary Ross and board members. I'm Lori Giannetti, and I have the privilege of being the CEO of the Calaveras County Fairgrounds, also known as the 39th District Agricultural Association. We're part of the Department of Food and Ag, obviously. We're not a funded state agency. We're governed by an appointed board of directors. I have to say that I work for the best people in the world. I have 9 amazing board members that do a great job for us, and they're a working board. We have the privilege of facilitating the annual Calaveras County Fair and Jumping Frog Jubilee. In 2015, our economic impact created $5.2 million in spending activity. And we are also Calaveras County's Catastrophic Events Center. And there's a list of our board. We can continue. Right here? No. Here? I have too many choices. Oh, there we go. The first Calaveras County Fair, we're also old, like May-Dixon. Our first fair record was 1893. I actually have those minutes in my safe at the fairgrounds, which is pretty cool. The governor appointed that board of directors. This is really interesting. The board funded that fair. They each contributed $450. In today's money, and that's about $26,000. I asked my board, there were no takers, but that's how they funded the fair in 1893. That fair highlighted the county's best: crops, livestock, home goods, and of course, horse racing. And then our frog jump, Mark Twain wrote the celebrated Jumping Frog Calaveras County. The first modern day frog jump was in 1928. The events combined in 37. Today, over the 4 days, we have an attendance of 35,000. Our 4-day fair just happened. We had 3 days of pouring down rain. But in the rain, our community came out, supported those auctions, and we raised $650,000 for our community, for our kids in our community in pouring down rain. So, pretty amazing place. The Calaveras County Fair is very proud of our heritage, but it's also important to us to create a culture that is affordable, memorable, and safe. And we talked about rebranding the fair. I am with Pat there. I would not want to rebrand my fair. I want people to feel like they just stepped into an old movie. I want them to feel like Charlotte's Web. And I'll sell hokey and corny all day long because I think America needs a little more hokey and corny, frankly. So that's what fairs give us. And there's another picture of our annual fair. More importantly now, though, we are designated as Calaveras County's Catastrophic Event Center. We put that in action in 2015, and what you need to realize about rural fairs in rural communities, often you are part of the disaster because you live in a small place. And so in our case, myself, my maintenance worker, my 3 of my board members, and my office assistant were all part of the evacuation. We were evacuated also. The impact in 2015 was we had 4,500 firefighters and equipment, 250 National Guards members, 400 plus evacuated animals, and 300 evacuees. And so there's some pictures of our animal evacuations. I believe in 2017, 18 fairgrounds were deployed at the same time, if I remember correctly. It was quite a few. There's another picture of our Catastrophic Event Center. So what the Catastrophic Event Center did for us with that kind of impact for 6 weeks, it showed us how really poor our infrastructure really was. What failed? The sewer. We lost our high voltage power system and our roads. That many people for that many days, it's what happened. And so what are our biggest challenges going forward is our infrastructure, definitely. You know, we're an old facility, we're a charming facility. We're 71 acres of rolling foothills. I always say that our charm is also our challenge. I have 2 permanent employees, myself, and then I have a 65% office tech. The rest of our employees are 119-day employees. So our infrastructure is a huge issue for us. And another thing that's an issue for small fairs is the cost of doing business with other state agencies. That's a huge thing for us. So when our funding was cut, we have an organization called the Friends of the Calaveras County Fair and Jumping Frog Jubilee, and they have funded lots of projects. They funded a ranch house venue, underground power project, a high voltage power repair. That high voltage system that I told you went out, guess who fixed that? Friends of the Fair. Our front entrance, the roof on a floriculture building. They patched several interior roads, heating and air unit in an exhibit hall. So we now really have air, because we didn't have anything in that big building, which is our big building. All fairgrounds have them about the same size, 12,900 feet. It's kind of, I call it our workhorse. It's what we rent all the time. Our heater is quiet. It's so exciting. And it works. They remodeled a portable building into a rentable building. They've rocked several interior roads and refurbished 2 concession stands. And then in 2019, they're putting up 2 pole barns. So our community is amazing. They've done a lot of amazing things, but there are infrastructure issues that are out of their reach. And one is our sewer. We have an antiquated sewer system. I had no idea when I became a CEO that I would have to be a wastewater manager also. We have our own evaporation pond that's on an annual permit and has issues. It has a lot of issues, and it's, you know, just barely there. This sewer upgrade is so important to our community that the county of Calaveras County just allotted $1 million to the 39th District Agricultural Association to improve that sewer, to get that sewer fixed. I mean, I think that's pretty amazing that when you have a county, another arm of government, believe in what you're doing to that extent, that they're willing to do that. But it's going to cost more than that. $1 million is not going to fix it. It's probably closer to $3 million. Our exterior and interior roads are in desperate repair. We've done, our Friends of the Fair paid for a lot of rocking. We got a small grant from CDFA where we were able to do some improvements, but the price tag on that is $650,000. The more when we have one of these events and you have CAL FIRE come in and everybody has good contracts with CAL FIRE, but there's still an impact on your roads. Those machines are heavy. Those fire trucks are heavy. The Caterpillars that are in your parking lots, I mean, they take a toll. And just the annual repairs and upkeep, plumbing, electrical, et cetera, runs anywhere from $40,000 upward. And so I talked a little bit about the sewer and what we were able to do. We actually have to contract with a wastewater manager because in order to report to the Water Resource Board, you have to have a certificate of a grade 5. That means a lot to somebody. Not quite sure. All I know is I don't have it. And you can't get that online, by the way. And then working with other state agencies, we have a water rights issue that goes back to 1942 to get a report out of DGS with the help of our branch and our legislature was still 3 years. And, you know, the price tag on that work is $20,000. And we're not even finished. So, you know, that's huge. We have a great relationship with CAL FIRE. What seems a little funny to me, though, is that we have these state roads and Caltrans can't come help you. They're in charge of state roads. Oh, okay, but no, we can't do that. We can't help you. We can't move your shavings. We can't do this. We can't do that. And their yard is literally 2 miles from us. But there's rules. So, and then the state fire marshal, we are so lucky. We have a gentleman named Jeff Carta, deputy. He is wonderful. He's very knowledgeable. I really appreciate that they come out and they show us what we need to do. We need to be safe. That's our first and foremost job. And, you know, they have exorbitant fees, though. I mean, and our fire marshal does the best. He tries to package us with somebody else, so we only pay part of it. But it's a lot of money. And our plan checks. If we are doing a project that is funded by our Friends of the Fair, plan checks, just to get a look at them, can it be almost 10 weeks? 6 at a minimum. And so they're understaffed. Then it has to go, you know, to here and to there and to here and to there. And here you have this group of people who are giving you all this money that just want to do something. But we get caught up in the state fire marshal. And again, I can't say enough about the department, what they're trying to do. What I've learned, though, what we've learned as an industry is our state fire marshal's office isn't funded. So the protection arm of CAL FIRE receives no funding. I have a hard time wrapping my brain around that the protection arm of CAL FIRE gets no funding. That's kind of something we all need to address and think about. The Calaveras County, you know, in 2011, when we found out about our funding, we had a negative reserve, I think, of 36%. We are in the positive, and we've been in the positive since 2012. And that really has to do with the community. That's amazing. That said, we love our fair. We're not going to let it go away. And but I really feel that our community will put on a fair. They can, they want to. But I think the state has an inherent responsibility to maintain the property, to do these infrastructure improvements that are necessary so we can move forward, so we can be of more value. You know, who would have guessed that my friend Pat would have had a hospital on our fairgrounds? I didn't see that one coming. So, you know, and we need to make sure that we can serve our community. We're serving them day in and day out with our quinceaneras and our weddings and our being a resource. You know, today I have an informational meeting for wildfires and PG&E doing some training in our parking lot. And we can do all of those things, but we need to be prepared when when the next disaster strikes, and it's when, it's not if, it's when, that we've learned from the past. And what we've learned is we need to improve our infrastructure. We need help with that. We can get volunteers. We can get people who love their neighbors, who love their community. But we need things like sewers and roads and that kind of infrastructure. It's Calaveras County, so we either end something with an amen or Mark Twain. So I'm going with Mark Twain. Do something every day that you don't want to do. This is the golden rule for acquiring the habit of doing your duty without pain. Thank you.
Wow, that is certainly a tough act to follow. I'm Cliff Munson. I'm the CEO at the Siskiyou Golden Fair. I've also had the distinct pleasure of serving as the CFA chair for 5 of the last 6 years. Pat has graciously accepted that role for this year, but in this whole time that we've been searching for funding for California Fairgrounds, it has certainly been a wild ride, and I just want to thank all of you for any part that you took in helping us succeed with Prop 1499, and Secretary Ross, especially you. Thank you so much. So I will tell you just a little bit about the Siskiyou Golden Fair. Obviously, you've heard a lot of things. I'm going to say pretty much you're going to hear the same thing from me if I give the same speech, and I don't want to get so redundant, so I'm going to change mine a little bit. We have all the same issues. Our fairground was established, our first fair in Siskiyou County was an agricultural show in October of 1859. We are celebrating our 160th year since that first event. There have been a few years that were missed for World War I, World War II, and a couple of other times when they had some disaster that just they couldn't overcome to have a fair, but every other year since then we've had some sort of fair in Siskiyou County. Siskiyou County is a large county. It's about a third larger than the state of Connecticut. We have 40,000 people in Siskiyou County now. The Siskiyou Golden Fair is still maintaining about 50,000 attendance per year at the fair, so you can see it's very relevant and very important to our community. The fair moved from Fort Jones, California, about the same time our county seat moved to Wairika. In the middle of the night, some people went over to Deadwood, stole the records, and moved them to Wairika, and that became the county seat. The fair moved from Fort Jones to Wairika. William Irwin, who was one of our governors of California, I think 1888, is that right, Rebecca? Somewhere around there. He was actually the president of the association when they moved it to Wairika. Right before we became a DAA, our actual fairground was purchased. Before that, they held the fair in the city park. They used the livery stables to house the animals, and they brought in a carnival and the whole thing. They did it right in the middle of town. Our property was purchased by a group of citizens in 1925. They made a deal with the county that if they would pass a bond to build the first grand hall and the grandstand for the horse racetrack, they would deed the property to the county. So our property is actually county property, which is on a long-term lease to the state. And then we became DAA on May 10th, 1927. So we've been around for quite a while. The majority of our current buildings on our fairgrounds were built in the 1950s. Some of those buildings have not had much renovation since the 1950s. Yes, we've upgraded electrical, we've done a lot of things, but as far as changing any design or whatnot, that has not happened. As you all know, we were defunded in 2011. I followed Rebecca Desmond as the CEO of the Siskiyou Golden Fair. Rebecca came down to be part of F&E at that time, and I became the CEO. It was quite interesting. I had 5 full-time employees when I got there. We learned that we were going to be defunded. For the first time in the history of our fair, there was a gap. Before myself, there was always a transition with the past CEO being there to help the new CEO go. Rebecca had to leave to come to F&E, and so we had a 3-month gap. The two management positions at our fairgrounds had taken over a lot of the duties along with the board president. When I came in, it became pretty clear that to survive, we were going to have to figure out what we were going to do to make money or to increase income to be able to do that. And we basically just went to our community. We had about $30,000 of community support when I became CEO. Today, we have probably about $220,000 that our community pitches into the fairgrounds. During that time also, during Rebecca's tenure, they also started a Friends of the Fair. It was very forward-thinking at that time. Our Friends of the Fair, when I got there, did all of the community service. They were like the welcome wagon for the fairgrounds. And they had not gathered up tons of funds, but they certainly had made sure that the fairgrounds was relevant in the community and that we were doing things that helped the fairgrounds grow and prosper. And so at that time, they had maybe $1,000 to $1,500 in their account. Of course, we got defunded. We were laying off positions. We were doing everything that just really didn't look very good in the community. But we did really push our Friends of the Fair. Today, we have about $2.5 million in our Friends of the Fair. But as the CEO, I did make a deal with all the benefactors to the Friends of the Fair that if they would donate money to the fair, I would not use any of the money until it got to $5 million, because we wanted to make sure that we were sustainable forever if anything ever happened to us again. And so we continue to not touch the money. It's going to make the next CEO a very happy person. Me, not so much. So I've kind of gone over that. You've heard everything about asphalt repair, water lines, and those kinds of things. I'm just going to give you just a synopsis of my time as CEO. And you know what a fair is. You've all been to a fair. You know, it's the time when everybody would go to a fairgrounds and you think, wow, they're not having any trouble. There's all these people here, and it's looking like they're doing so wonderful, and everything's beautiful, and the exhibits are great. And, you know, fairs are a fun and magical place. And I use the very thing that Pat said earlier, in that I really expect people to make memories at a fair. And that's the number one goal of my fairgrounds, is that everybody leaves with a happy memory. And whatever that means to your community, that's what it needs to look like. So every fair is different, but my oh my, do they all support the culture and the heritage and the history of your community and all the people in it. And so that's why they're so diverse and so wonderful. But let's just talk a little bit about emergency services. Our fairground is a little different than some of the other fairgrounds. They're talking about one major event, and they each got to share a couple of those. Well, I've been the fair manager since 2010 till 2018. We're in Siskiyou County, the northernmost county, right on Interstate 5. We're the first line of defense of anything coming from Oregon. We get that from more than one direction, because it can come in on Highway 97 or straight down Interstate 5. So all of that ends up at the fairgrounds. So north of us, the Cascades, they close during the wintertime a lot of times. With snowpack, snowfall. And we also, it's really funny, the dynamics of our county. When you get to the south part of the county, we have Mount Shasta area, and that closes. And kind of in the middle, where we are to the north of that, it's a little bit of a banana belt. You could have very little snow and sunshine, and south of us and north of us can be just miserable. And all those people get stuck in the middle. And we quickly run out of motel rooms, or there's different events. So just in those 8 years, from 2010 to 2018, we've had 7 winters where we've had at least one freeway closure. And one of those was a pretty severe closure. We had a 60-plus car pileup on Interstate 5. All the dynamics of the accident were they just replaced the freeway. They'd put down a new kind of surface. It was cement, and they didn't groove it, and it froze. It froze over and then had snow on top of it. The cars just piled up in a big pile. And we had over 100 stranded motorists. They closed the freeway for several days, using Wainema Hall for 5 days as an emergency shelter. And so we had so many problems with that. As I said, those buildings are 1950s. We only have that one building, Wainema Hall, that we keep open in the winter. We have that ability it has heating, and we don't turn off the water because we have it winterized. All the rest of our whole facility gets winterized in the winter because of where we live. So we have one building. So but we had such a dynamic of men, women, and children in that building. We suffered. And we also have swamp coolers and these heaters that are from like the 1950s. I know you've all seen them in your buildings if you've been to a fair, or you've seen them before, but when you turn them on, they make a loud noise and then they sound like a 747 taking off on a runway. They shake, and we still have those. So that's my winter time. So spring, summer, and fall, of course, after explaining to you that we winterize and we're closed for the winter, we still have events at the fairgrounds in that building almost every weekend, but basically the rest of the fairgrounds is winterized, just simply because we get a lot of horse traffic in the winter, and they do rent our equestrian facility for overnight to bring their horses. But other than that, we're pretty quiet for a couple of months. But let's get to that. So the spring, summer, and fall is the peak season for us to generate funding at the fairgrounds. And it's also, of course, the exact same time when natural disasters strike in our area. From 2010 to 2018, the Siskiyou Golden Fair has been utilized as an emergency shelter that includes pets and domestic animals, and many times as a CDF fire camp. So in those years, we've had the Hawkinsville fire in September of 2011, the Salmon River complex that was in July of 2013, the Siskiyou County lightning fires, which included the Beaver complex, the Happy Camp complex, and I know you probably all remember this one, the Bulls fire, which was when the fire burnt right through the center of the city of Weed. And that was the first time we really had something like that happen. We had all of those folks at the fairgrounds. We had the Gap fire, which is west of the fairgrounds in Syad. We had all the community of Syad at the fairgrounds in August of 2016. The Salmon complex, it was an August complex, so it was just after the fair in 2017. And then last year, the year of devastation, we had the Klamathon fire that burned up the town of Hornbrook, just north of us. And of course, that was very devastating also. So our facility, understanding where we've gone as fairgrounds and that we evolve, I know we've used the word deferred maintenance, but even from the time when Rebecca was our CEO, we have a proposal here that was developed in 2009 to build a new emergency services building on the fairgrounds, because this has been an ongoing thing, using Homeland Security dollars plus a bunch of other things. And at that time, it was ripe to be funded. Of course, since then, funding has dried up for a lot of things. But it's real interesting that our fairground serves as a emergency service type facility almost as much as it does as a rental for other things. And a lot of times we're fighting for the space to just hold our own fair because it's being used in other ways. But it would be really great to not so much talk about deferred maintenance, but just infrastructure improvement or expansion to be able to do the things that is expected of us. Not only that, but we have a staff of 3 people at our fairgrounds. Just last year for the Klamathon, that's so fresh in my mind, I can give you those numbers. You know, we have 3,000 or 4,000, between 3,000 and 4,000 firefighters on the fairgrounds. We have about 500 prisoners that, the prisoner firefighters that we have to be able to have a spot for them to facilitate. We actually have contracts every single year already in place. I've already been to our pre-fire season meeting with the U.S. Forest Service, CAL FIRE, the law enforcement, CHP. We've already had that for this year. We've talked about what the summer's going to look like, what the weather they're forecasting, and when we looks like we will be hit, which looks like it's going to be a little later this year, but nonetheless, we probably will have some. We do all that. Real interesting, you're talking about broadband. We have an internet company, local, Northland Communication, and in 2012, they put wireless internet as a partnership with us all across our fairgrounds, and they maintain that. And at the drop of a hat in the middle of the night, they will come to the fairgrounds and fix it up for the CAL FIRE folks when they come in as a fire camp. Another interesting thing that we've developed is we have a county-wide NIMS, National Emergency Services team that we meet all the time because we have these things so often that we try to be prepared. And I guess it's just interesting, you know, dynamics of where you live and what your community is like and how you're important within your community. That's the way that we've done it, is kind of just on our own. But I just, I appreciate all the support we get as fairgrounds, and as a fair manager, I just want to say that it's truly an honor to work for the people of the state of California. The time from 2011 till last year, we've kind of felt like, I don't feel victimized, but I just feel like it's us against them a little bit, you know, like where there's no funding and you work for them, but you don't work for them, and it's kind of like there's so much dynamics of the fire marshal bill. I mean, she talks about that, but you know, when you're not getting any funding and you're getting a fire marshal bill that's $260 an hour or something, plus travel times added in, I mean, it's really difficult to say, you know, you're part of the state, you're representing the governor because, you know, the board that you're working for is appointed by the governor, and yet you're really, I mean, it's kind of a derogatory word, but you feel like it's stepchild. So it's just great that we do have some funding coming back, and I just want you to know that fairgrounds are so important to our state, and in rural communities, it is the only opportunity that some of those people have for the kind of entertainment that we offer. Not everybody can go to Disneyland. They don't get a carnival. They don't get, you know, the cotton candy and the fun times, the time to relax and really just enjoy the culture of your own community. And so I do welcome you all up this year. It's August 7th through 11th at the Siskiyou Golden Fairgrounds. It'll be our 160th year in action. So thank you very much for your time, and I appreciate you all doing what you're doing.
And being cognizant of your schedule. I'll try and keep it very fast. Honorable Chair Cameron, Madam Secretary Ross, distinguished members of the board, my name is Rick Pickering. I'm currently the CEO of Your California State Fair, and I stress the word Your California State Fair. California State Fair actually began back in 1854 because the state of California had a massive need. That massive need was the gold rush happened. The state's population tripled in 1 year. The state looked around and said, people have left the farms, they've left the harbors, they've left the ranches, they've come here, we have to feed them. We have to teach people to feed themselves. So the state of California, the California Agricultural Association was formed. First state fair was conducted in 1854. Subsequently, there were 54 district ag associations established around the state of California, pretty much one in each county. So when you hear about the Orange County Fair, it is a district agricultural association whose borders are Orange County. San Diego County Fair is a state agency district ag association. You've heard from some ag associations here as well as nonprofit fairs. But the concept was each of those communities, through their district ag association, would get back into farming and ranching. People would learn to have a better way of life by learning to feed themselves. And the concept was, how can people learn quickest? Competition. So the best and the brightest recipes, the best and the brightest ideas would compete locally in your local county, would be showcased, and you would share your recipes, you would share your best practices with livestock, because you wanted your region to become known as something really special. And regions began to spring up all over the state. But really the need back then was feeding people. And the state also believed that technology, through our ag schools and universities, that technology would also move agriculture further faster. So from the concept of the Transcontinental Railroad to refrigeration shipping to cargo containers in the 1970s, Port of Oakland, to when we used to flood fields, to rain birds, to drip irrigation, to now the little tiny filaments that run underneath the ground, technology continues to perpetuate agriculture in California. The whole concept of use of drones in crops, ranches, farming, herd management, insect management, technology continues to move us forward. So that was the concept that the state had, to use the fairs to educate local communities through competition, showcasing locally, getting children involved through 4-H, FFA, other programs, moving it forward faster, moving the state forward. If the state could not feed its people, people tend to have issues with that. As I look around this room, I think the last time I was here, Secretary and I, she joked with me afterwards, but I used the 4-letter F word, food. You and I touch food how many times today? We're really blessed here in California. There's some that are less fortunate, but food, when we talk about not changing the mission of the state fair, but expanding the mission of the state fair, you have some Chotsky items in front of you here, but it says California State Fair and Food Festival. Every county fair is a true food festival. People go there, whether it's they're looking for the corn or they're looking for grandma's recipe, but food, wine. We can go on and on, but I'm going to keep it short. I was asked to say a few words about your state fairgrounds. Cal Expo is an emergency support facility for the state. We're the only fair in the state that's authorized to have a standing police department. So we have guns and badges, police officers, statewide authority, jail cells, etc. So we're used quite a bit in the local region around Cal Expo to support county sheriffs, to support SAC PD. They also respond and support us. We've been opened numerous times in the last several years by the Governor's Office of Emergency Services. So when the Camp Fire, when the Oroville Dam incident happens, Cal Expo quickly, sometimes real quick, sometimes it happens, and your department, our Department of Food and Agriculture has staff at the incident command centers with OES, and they're dialoguing directly with OES, with CAL FIRE, with Highway Patrol, with all the key command staff in the state saying, okay, we have a fairgrounds here, how can we help you? And then that becomes a point of communications to us as fair managers saying, we need your help, we need you to open. Typically the delay is the crisis is continuing to evolve. So the issue is getting all the accurate information and then helping decide which way is the water going to flow for a flood, which way is the fire and the wind going to spread, should we open this fairground or not. In the case of the Dixon Mayfair, I'd received the call earlier saying the entire hospital was being evacuated from there to Cal Expo, and then the next call was, Dixon's closer and we can't keep these people on the bus very long. We're gonna stop in Dixon. And they had already talked to Pat about that. But those decisions have to be made in a crisis, in a moment, and your food and ag staff are right there assisting the Office of Emergency Service. It's a great partnership, so we thank you for that. But we shelter people, we shelter animals, large animals, small animals. People bring stuff to us to help protect it. When they leave home without much in the way of anything, but they'll grab their dogs and their cats, or in the case of fires, they may try and get their neighbors to help them relocate large livestock, and they bring those to your state fairgrounds. In addition to that, your state fair, we step up and volunteer to help because we do have, in some regards, more resources. So example, at Lori's Fair, during one of the disasters, we sent our police officers up with our backup police radios and set up a whole network of on-grounds communication. In the case of the Camp Fire, two semi-truckloads of large animal pipe panels because these horses, some had been singed, some had been burned or injured. Even though they're a herd animal, you need to be able to call out and sort and help them with veterinary services. So those types of things, we also look at how we can support the fairs. What a number of people don't know is that Cal Expo is now the designated fallback seat of government for the state of California. So if the state capitol is evacuated for continuity of governance purposes, half of the state capitol goes to the new Highway Patrol facility, half comes to your California State Fairgrounds. And because of that, we've been able to access OES funds and Homeland Security funds for 200 surveillance cameras, license plate readers, new technology, and that's been very helpful because the state wants to make sure in a disaster, if they relocate government to Cal Expo, they need to be able to secure government. From a broadband access point, our system is much quicker than what the rule is looking at now, but we've sent letters of support and stay encouraging on that support concept as well. We're also the federal government's pharmaceutical stockpile for Northern California in the event of a pandemic. So if there's a pandemic that we jokingly call it, if the zombie apocalypse happens, the federal government has an agreement in place where they'll come in and take over Cal Expo, bring in all the pharmaceutical supplies, set up all the fencing. They'll bring it in from the airports. military airports, and then CalExpo becomes the pharmaceutical distribution center for all of Northern California. So any hospital that's functioning would get its supplies from CalExpo. CalExpo is also the San Francisco Bay Area, one of the key designated tsunami recovery facilities. Obviously, if a big wave hits the coast, it's going to come up through the bay. It might not get past Fairfield, but it's pretty flat until you get up into the CalExpos a little bit higher. So we're part of that program. From the most recent Camp Fire disaster, we have an agreement in place with FEMA. So we actually have 9 housing units on CalExpo property in conjunction with FEMA. We keep that very quiet because we don't want the press coming out and say, oh, you lost your house, how are you doing? So we're not out there trying to get press interviews for these families, but trying to help them. I got to wrap it up here really quick, really short. There's a number of things about your state fairgrounds. We do more than 500 events a year. On an average weekend, we can have 4 to 5 events taking place at the same time, but the event that's profitable is the state fair. So it's not just the revenue that comes in, it's what expenses do you have to incur in order to make those revenues. One of the challenges is, as the state fair, our people can compete statewide, which means it's hard to have a state fair during school season because families simply can't travel. When the Sacramento Bee says, well, why don't you move the fair to the wintertime? Because the kids you wouldn't take your kid out of school for a week to come and show their hog at the state fair. But in the middle of the summer, even though it's hot, you're competing for that grand champion. So know that those things are out there. We have more people in 17 days of the state fair than the entire Sacramento Kings home game season of 42 games. We have more people in 17 days at your state fair than the entire Sacramento Convention Center has all year long. And we say that with a great deal of pride. They do what they do well. We think we do what we do well. And then we tease them that our bed taxes and sales taxes go to support their programs. However, we get a little payback in that the Sacramento Convention Center is going to be shut down for 18 months as it goes through an expansion. So we step forward and negotiated deals with the Almond Board. We'll be moving to CalExpo for 1 or 2 seasons. The Grape and Wine Symposium will be moving to CalExpo for at least 1 year, if not 2 years, depending on how things go. At the same time, we hired an independent study to look at our infrastructure. One question you've heard from fairs is infrastructure. That report came back that it would take $132 million to put CalExpo's facilities in a position for the next 50 years. It wasn't that $132 million had to be spent today, but we provided that to the legislatures. And when we mention the legislatures, there's 120 members of the Senate and the Assembly. So 40 senators, 80 Assembly members. 92 of their offices attended State Fair last year. So our goal is to get the legislature out. Your local legislators may come out to a local fair, but here in Sacramento, one of our keys is to go after their legislative staffers. Because even though electeds come and go, the staffers tend to stay at the Capitol for some time, and they have a sense of history. So getting them out to the state fair has been very important to us. A benchmark for consumers. We provided you with last year's magazine. We're in the process of finalizing the 2019 Best of California magazine, but we've had over 2,800 professional wine entries this year. It was actually up. Again, craft beer, which is skyrocketing in California, California cheese, which is near and dear to all of our palates, as well as all the new olive oil standards from UC Davis. So doing not only that, but as we look to the future, we're already talking with CDFA and other agencies about establishing the first official California statewide cannabis competition. That's just such a broad category, so that's why I said we're just talking. There's no announcements here, but that is an important part of who we are and where we're going and our ag economy, whether we like it or not, it's here. So just stay tuned on that. Now I get to make a fun announcement. Your California State Fair Gala recognizes a number of the best and the best. When you think about the best agriculture state, the largest agriculture state in the country, if not the world in our mind, right? We get to select each year one agriculturist of the year to be highlighted at the State Fair Gala, which will take place on June 27th. And the agriculturist of the year this year is our own Secretary Karen Ross. Congratulations. went back through a very strict nomination process. There's a group of about 60 agricultural folks that sit on our Ag Advisory Committee and vet this out, make recommendations. You know Karen, as we know Karen, certainly there isn't a more deserving candidate, so congratulations. And we'd like to thank Joy Sterling and Iron Horse because they're donating a very special wine for a toast for everybody who's at the State Fair Gala. Thank you for that. Vineyards of the Year, Ag Progress Awards of the Year. So we recognize people statewide. Prior Ag of the Year recipients, the head of State Farm Bureau for a number of years, or the head of Western Growers, those types of people, and certainly Karen is an outstanding company with those individuals. So congratulations, and thank you for accepting the honor, too. Absolutely. So no, we're going to have a lot of fun out there with that. Another thing we do is we recognize what we call the agricultural heritage families of California. And these are families that have been in designated and proven families in California agriculture for more than 100 years. And this year, our own Department of Food and Agriculture is one of the recipients. So you're getting multiple honors at the same point in time. So congratulations on that. But when you come out and you see the number of families that actually want to be recognized for more than 100 years, we have some that are 150, 175. We have some families that were here before the state was here, particularly tied to some of the, well, anyhow, I'm distracted. You briefly mentioned what do fairs do to make it affordable, from kids' free days to senior free days, military free days, first responder free days, canned food drives where you can bring 3 or 4 canned food items and get into the fair free early in the afternoon. If kids will read books and write a short book report, they get free carnival rides. So it's called a Read and Ride program. Almost all the fairs in California support that program. A $2 taste of the fair. When we say the fair may not be, this might be too expensive to some folks. You come out to some fairs, like in our case on Wednesdays and Thursday afternoon, you can taste anything basically for $2. Every food booth has a $2 taste. So exciting things about that. Groupon, Costco, advanced sales, nonprofit. There's so many ways to get a discount or a free admission to your state fair. But also know that as a state agency, the state has a limit on the number of free fairs, any free tickets any fair can give out. So we have to pay attention to that 4% limit. As much as we'd like to do more free things for some underprivileged kids, we do have a limit. As a state agency, it's part of the fiscal oversight. Technology. Future. Your state fair website has 9 languages on it now, and we're ready to expand another 5 languages. Robotics. Not only do we showcase robotics this year at the state fair, Ollie, which is an autonomous shuttle vehicle, will be driving throughout the parking lots. We're using it now at our events. We want the public to get more accustomed to touching and feeling autonomous vehicles. So Ollie is out at your state fair. We created the first United States Drone Racing Championship in 2015, and this year we've morphed it into a drone light show. Will be replacing our fireworks show. So we'll see how that goes. Yes, we're excited about it. Esports. When we look around at what's taking place in California and across the world, competitive esports, professional level, amateur level, things like Fortnite. And when we talk to these companies, they remind us that everyone thinks the esports companies need code writers. Well, yes, they need code writers, but they need graphic designers. They need voiceover. They need marketing people. They need advertising folks. They need competitive people. They need event people. So not only is it going to be a massive esports at a professional and rookie level, but it's also a job fair. Jobs in technology in California. And our co-sponsors, one group is called Twitch. If you haven't heard of Twitch, it's not the nervous Twitch, but they will be live streaming the first California Bear Cup esports competition around the world. And then Asus Computers has stepped forward and be providing all the computers and all the streaming and all the back-end support. So it's something new, it's something crazy, but it's part of who we are. Biotech, cloning of plants. Our state fair farm, Governor Brown came out and was just enthralled with the cloning of plants at the state fair farm. And so that type of thing is taking place. Celebration of farm labor, the 100th anniversary of NAACP. State Fair, actually, we established a cultural advisory council that works very closely with us to talk about the cultures in California and in Sacramento. So last year, we started the very first statewide youth mariachi competition and brought 10 teams up from El Centro to San Diego to Fresno, Bakersfield, brought in an elementary school group of migrant farm workers' children from Salinas. The Mexico Consulate General came out and presented round-trip flight to Jalisco to the winning team. We're continuing that this year. Pardon me?
I think you need a quinceañera competition.
Well, we do a lot of quinceañeras, but yes. Exactly. So those types of things, school tours, et cetera. There's so many things that we do, but you also ask us the challenges, the infrastructure. Infrastructure is a challenge. Challenges in finances. When we talk about cheerleaders, there's not a stronger advocate in Cheerleaders for Fairs than Secretary Ross and the Department of Food and Agriculture. But there are structural things which none of us in the room created. We've inherited over decades. The state of California does not pay any insurance on these fairgrounds that we're talking about, even though they're owned by the state. So from property insurance, flood insurance, general liability insurance, if a roof comes off a building, we all have had to purchase insurance outside to take care of that roof, and then our rates go up. So when we see the fires and the rates go up statewide for all the obvious reasons, we all have to share in that cost. Even though we're state agencies, the state doesn't insure the property that it owns as fairgrounds. The state doesn't insure the buildings. The state doesn't insure the vehicles. The fairs have to step up and put money in a pool to help take care of the vehicles that are out at fairgrounds. Again, none of us created that. It was created back in a different era and a different time. And those of us at this table would continue to advocate for change. But we mentioned fire permits, fire plans, fire inspections. In our case, the Office of Technology audits our computers and then charges us $80,000 for the privilege of being audited to say our computers function, because we're a different state agency. Payroll and workers' comp. Everybody at this table runs it like a business. We make our own payroll, our own workers' comp, and pay the state retirement plan. I know some of you may know that, but I also see a number of new faces that are going, wow, we really have to do those types of things. Again, I don't want to end on the negative note. There's so many fantastic things going on at the fairs and with the Department of Food and Agriculture. We just wanted to give you a flavor. What fairs are doing to support communities in an emergency and support other state agencies is just phenomenal. We've had fair managers that have retired and came back and are managing their fair as a volunteer, or they've retired and came back and are managing their fair in a part-time capacity. Or we've had some of the nonprofits, Friends of the Fair Foundation, step up and pay for projects at fairs. It's just amazing how much a community loves their fair. And part of your state fair's goal is to get the legislature to love all fairs as well. So we're there with the secretary, regularly cheerleading on behalf of fairs, and we'll be there tomorrow. And again, you've been so gracious with your time, particularly in an afternoon on a warm day in Sacramento. So thank you.
Thank you again. It's been great having all of you here and hearing the stories about the fairs throughout California. So thank you again. Joy.
I'm sorry to bring this up when money is so very tight, but one of the things that I'm concerned about is that PG&E has said that in high wind, fire season, danger times, they're going to turn off the power. And so that's obviously very complicating for the fairs to keep operating, but I'm also primarily concerned for senior citizens if there's if the fairs can help with cooling stations.
The governor's office several years ago declared fairs as cooling stations statewide and as warming stations during cold weather. So it's a matter of some do it whenever their local community asks them to, but most it's whenever the state steps in and says, we need you to help out. So we do cooling and we do heating so people can get in off the street and out of those environments.
So I too have a concern about the public safety power shutoff. That's why I would push for making sure we have generators on each fairgrounds, or at least wired to be able to take a generator. You're going to evacuate people to, let's say, the Dixon Fairgrounds. I'm going to have a bunch of people in my building, and then all of a sudden the power is going to go out. So now you have a disaster within a disaster because we're going to have to relocate these people. And that's what happened to the Sonoma Developmental Center. They evacuated them once, and then the fire kept moving, and they had to evacuate them again. And that was very traumatic, and that's why they ended up in Dixon, because they didn't want to travel any further. So yes, the public safety power shutoff is a big concern for me, along with my swamp coolers in 100-degree weather. But yeah, I can see that being, I had that concern when Oroville Dam broke, and I said, so you moved a bunch of people to Chico in a storm, and the power goes out, what are we going to do now? And if we had the big earthquake hits, how are you going to get anything moved to a fairground to hook it up? So when we moved the Sonoma Developmental Center, we put generators on the building, but that is something that should be looked at, is the ability for these fairgrounds to have alternative power source, because PG&E can just notify and it's going to go down, and then you're going to be moving people, and you're going to have to move them farther away from their affected area, and that's going to be traumatic and bad.
In our pre-emergency meetings with PG&E, we've been told that after the incident, it takes them at least in Calaveras County 72 hours to get the power back on, because they have to check it's just not a switch. They have to go, and there's a process, and so it's at least 72 hours. So if the power is out, power could be out. I think when it happened last summer, in some areas it was 4 days. And so it is a concern, especially with fairgrounds that don't have air conditioning in all the buildings.
I'm concerned somewhat about the budgeting. How do you guys anticipate whether you're going to have 3 emergencies or 7 emergencies? I mean, how can you possibly budget for these big ranges of scale?
You can't. And what's really important, and Cliff alluded to it, is having agreements with your county. When we have an emergency, we're an extension of county services. And one of the main reasons for that is a county can get reimbursed by state OES a lot easier and quicker than a district ag association can. So you have to have those systems in place and beforehand. And I think we've all learned that over the last several years, that pre-planning is the key, and working with our partners.
And also, what's kind of interesting about that is having so many incidents, depending on who you're working with, really dictates what you get reimbursed for. Red Cross for a lot of years only paid us back for supplies. So if they used toilet paper, whatnot, they would pay you back for that. But of course, then you're losing out on the income you would have made from the rentals that you had at the same time. So it really does dramatically impact your earning power. CAL FIRE is always really great. I mean, you work with the agencies that pay you back, and you have contracts in place to do that. It did take, it takes us the longest probably to get money back from Red Cross. We've had it take up to 4 years to get reimbursed for the monies that they had accumulated at the fairgrounds. So.
Well, thank you for your presentation, and thank you for throwing such great parties for communities, but also for being there for the emergencies. Just going through the campfire, the Silver Dollar Fair was a kind of a point place for CAL FIRE. Every morning, they've for quite a few days televised and had on the radio the operations. But what Butte, Colusa, Glenn, I think even maybe Nevada and State Fair, all had people and animals, and amazing how many counties, state and fairs pitched in or made their facilities available. Remarkable. I was wondering what's the best new food. at the fair, and what's the best new ride? And I was hearing, you know, about the zombie apocalypse. Is that a ride or a new food? Yeah, but eat it and then do the ride and you'll experience the zombie apocalypse, sure enough. Okay, no, is it nachos? I mean, nachos are not new food, but I mean, is that or is it the corn dog? Or is it the funnel cake? Funnel cake, okay.
At Dixon, it's the rolled tacos that Stan has been there for probably 80 years.
Ooh, rolled tacos.
And I could use that as my entire marketing plan. I just put up rolled tacos and I get 6,000 people on my Facebook talking about those rolled tacos.
Right, oh. Hey, thanks for the swag.
All right, well, thank you again. Really appreciate it. Okay, our other business before us, you have a draft letter on agricultural trade in your packet. I'd like to thank Josh and Karen for putting that together. I did a great job. Do you want a few minutes to take a look at that, to review it again?
It's very polite.
Well, that's because it's not going to Washington DC.
Yeah, it's, yes, this is to the, right.
And my comments at the meeting last week when I started out with this fiasco of what's going on in trade, and then I just moved on and she thanked me for that.
Is everybody good? We need a motion to move forward.
Yeah, discussion, I guess.
Any discussion?
Well, since you couldn't read my chicken scratch, I just wanted to share what my comment was. I was just suggesting that maybe we can add like a one-page cheat sheet or fact sheet to talk about impact. So as she is going to argue on behalf of what we're wanting to do, is to add that in there so you can arm her with
Right.
information, and also maybe add one or two anecdotal stories, maybe of growers or of industry. So again, she can use that as she is advocating on our behalf.
That's good. You know, when this all started, we contracted with Dan Sumner in the Ag Issues Center, who started tracking numbers, but there's always going to be a delayed impact to be able to get updated numbers, and they're actually doing an assembly hearing today on trade. But one of the things that she and the governor really want to make sure of is that we work closely together so we're all using the same numbers, because oftentimes you'll see 3 different versions of the almond impacts, and some of us, because they're talking to one packer with different markets. So we really have to be committed to working together to come up with, these are the numbers we're going to use. When they're
Yeah. And further, you know, we've been having, as the secretary has alluded to, numerous kind of meetings on trade, and the lieutenant governor's office is involved, and we've been providing them lots of information. So, yes. Yes.
the Department of Wine.
All right, any other discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? So moved. All right, we also had a couple asks today. One was on the naval. Sorry, Don?
Yes.
Yes.
Can I raise one issue for future, and that is, since the PG&E issue came up,
Good point.
we are being informed in our area, you know, these PG&E lines that are gonna get shut off are not getting shut off at the base of the foothills. And so we've been told that like on the west side, and I'm sure it's the same on the east side and the north, that there's the potential to have your well water, power to your wells shut off for 5 to 7 days, up to 5 to 7 times during a season. And I know, you know, I think it's very worth our while to see if we can get PG&E to come in and talk about this, because you take some of these orchards, they are not gonna make, or other crops. And I had a PG&E guy tell me that, like, up in our area, if the buttes were to catch on fire, which is in the center of the valley, they're gonna cut power both ways.
Well,
And so,
not only that, but we've got infrastructure that brings power into the state through the mountains.
right.
And let's just say a major line goes down, you may see cities go down.
But is it PG&E or is it the PUC?
No, it's PG&E.
I know, but who do we need to bring in to talk about it? Because that's a permission they've been actually given.
Right.
From the public utilities?
Well, it's really a liability issue. I mean,
Right.
it's what it really comes down to.
Well, not only will if you have a private well, but then the infrastructure that's moving water throughout the state stops. Everything stops if one area stops. So, yeah, I agree. I think we should bring them in. Let's find out. Maybe that'd be a good combination. And right, somebody that could be affected severely by this, so.
Yep.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Task force? Isn't there a task force that we could reach out to on that
On the
issue?
shutdown thing?
Yeah.
No, all those task forces, the last report was done and handed in.
But I think there's a task force on fires generally, right?
Yeah, but that,
And
they
isn't
have
this a component
finalized
of
a
it?
report that was handed to the governor the week before last. Yeah. Well, no, it was last week. It was, yeah, Kate Gordon, yeah.
We should use the mics.
Yep, let's, we're still on.
Would your pumping structures be affected, or do you have generator backup on all that, or?
No, we don't have generator backup. I think it just depends on where the, what do you call the grids, where that grid is.
Right.
And how big it is.
It'd be nice to see some of that detail on when they start cutting lines. Does it go?
Yeah, is it
50,
5 miles, 20 miles?
Yep.
Agree. Microphone?
I assume others are doing that. We're putting in generators because this is liable to happen during harvest. And we just can't stop. So there goes the road repair again. We're gonna.
Priorities, that'd be a terrible thing.
Go ahead, Chris.
To the generator point, though, are we or are some regions running into, challenges with the air basin because of permitting issues on the generators? Right.
Well,
Former.
as long as you're tier 4, you're okay. But you're talking about a pretty expensive startup. All right. I think that's a great suggestion. Did you have something?
I had something else.
Sure.
So one of the items I wanted to bring up was that both the secretary and the chair, president, were interested in having the board be further engaged in terms of outreach, and moving outside of Sacramento. So kind of a tentative plan is that, for the next maybe 3 months or so, that we start moving around to various locations in the state. And so some of the ideas that I've floated, and we're still waiting for Don to respond to, is possibly doing July in San Luis Obispo, August in Redding, September doing Fresno, October Imperial. And then the holiday of November, December here in Sacramento. But just to be on notice that we'll most likely be traveling for the remainder of the year, so we'll get that information out as soon as we can. Yes. Well, it's very draft at this point, but San Luis, Redding, Fresno, Central Valley-ish, Imperial.
Why Redding as opposed to maybe Chico?
Okay, far north.
Not far north?
Well, no, I mean, that's definitely north. We put Chico down.
No, I don't know. Sacramento to Chico,
Yeah, Chico's 70 miles north of here, I think, or no, 70?
It's a different audience.
Yeah, it, yeah,
Just something for Rachel.
yeah, right, rangeland people. Yeah.
So, and one of the things that I'm hopeful for as well, as the Secretary mentioned, I think hopefully there'll be news out soon in terms of the outreach plan for the water portfolio. And so hopefully we will have a role in that as well. And so I don't know how that will impact those scheduled dates as well.
All right. No, I look forward to that. I think that's a great idea. Two other things that we also had an ask for for a letter supporting the naval orange worm sterile moth program.
I would just ask, there's a couple of other organizations we just want to consult with to make sure that there's unanimity.
Right.
So if you want to pass a letter, it would be conditioned on.
Yeah, if we could put a conditional letter together, we'll check with the other entities involved to make sure that everybody's okay with that. Yeah, I agree. We do have almonds north of Sacramento. Oh, sorry. We'll have to get a different grant for that. No, I agree with you. But I think a letter of support would probably be a good idea, because if this does work, it will be statewide. You're right. It won't just be, right now it's a small area they're working with, but.
I agree.
Right.
The question is, how do you figure out how to keep it, how to get more commodity support that might need that in the future with that, I don't know, but, I just looked at the $800 million loss every year and thinking, isn't it a no-brainer just to go out and buy it? Take it over. And it was $5 million, $5 million for aflatoxin and $800 million.
For the insect.
That's pretty cut and dry.
But, and really, in the past, the pink bollworm program was grower financed, primarily.
That's not proven. That wasn't proven yet. Proven that it would be.
Right.
But he said at the beginning it was not, and then they developed, then it morphed into it.
Right, it morphed into grow, because I remember they used to assess all the acres.
I'll just say, on that pink bollworm, he got pretty, what do you call it? Well, he started calling it Pinky, giving it kind of a name. Don't you need like an orangey? We got to take our orangey here.
Yeah, Pinky is the name in the cotton industry. So, do we need a motion on that?
I would maybe recommend, if we're doing two letters, do the motion together and then authorize you to send the letter versus a draft.
Okay.
Unless the board chooses to have a draft at its next meeting to review and approve.
Yeah, I think timing is critical. If we're going to do one on the sterile moth program, it needs to be sooner rather than later. So we can put it together and check with the other groups and then move forward.
So move.
Who does that? I'll second.
We have a second? Okay. Any other discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Who's it go to, Dawn?
So moved. Sorry?
Who's the letter go to?
I believe it needs to go to Secretary Perdue and Kevin Shea, who is the director of APHIS. The money is in the proposed budget, and we have to assume the budget will pass.
Right.
But it's coming from their overall budget, and they need to see that this is a priority for a big economic sector of ag on the West Coast.
What about AB 417?
Well, Jim did finally make the ask.
He did. So the other ask we had was for AB 417 for a position at CDFA. Do we want to move forward on that as well?
So Secretary Ross, are you in favor of this? It's your department.
I am. California has once had a rural development strategy, and it was done in Jerry Brown 1 at the Office of Planning and Research. And for the last 8 years, I had ongoing conversations with the director, Ken Alex, of that office, who had worked on the original one. And it was just so many competing priorities, it couldn't get done. If you're going to do a whole strategic plan, you need GoBiz, you need all the other agencies. But I do believe this has value for allowing us with this legislation, much as the Environmental Farming Act has really been the opening that allowed us to be actively engaged on environmental programs and climate programs. One little additional broadening of authority has opened up a door. And so I think that we need to be present, and it also will justify using potentially unclaimed gas dollars for economic studies that we simply don't have, those kinds of nexus. So I think there are some real opportunities for us to put it to good for all of ag and really thinking about the whole rural community.
All right. Do we have a motion? Do we have a second? Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So moved.
Who made the motion? Joy?
Joy.
Joy
Yep.
and
I'm sure there will be before it's done.
And that letter is to the secretary and governor, right? Governor and secretary? Governor?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Anything else? Any other discussion we need?
I do have a question. If we do end up in San Luis Obispo, does the PG&E PUC fit as well?
That could be a good place to be. You got Diablo going down in 2025.
Okay, I just want to make sure that there's enough of their territory that they bring all the right people to. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Or we could wait till the next one and do Reading for PG&E.
Yeah.
Oh, that.
But it's going to be July.
Let's just take them straight to paradise.
Yeah, exactly. That might bring them in.
We will do some research and see what we
The best
can
fit.
learn. And if there are, because there could be other task forces. I know Mr. Dodd's doing his own thing in the legislature to see what other information we can get for everyone in the meantime. Yeah. Yeah. So I think we need to gather some information and make sure you all have it. Okay.
All right. Anything else from the board? You may.
what they were, I think, the day before President Trump took office. And this is going to be a state law. And I know it's very controversial, but it has the potential to impact ag in ways we may or may not know. And the voluntary settlements may be part of that. And I don't know how we look at that or what we do, or is that just off limits?
Well, I thought it had slowed down. That's another one we'll have to do some work on because it really did last year. There were a lot of, so we need to do some evaluation on that to see where it is. But I'm very aware of what the concerns are. Okay.
You know, I'm okay with probably, you know, with what the intent is, but what are the real ramifications and how they're going to affect agriculture?
Yes. I know it's come up in a number of ag conversations and that others have bringing it up.
All right. Anything else from the board? Public comment?
It's all on you.
I hadn't planned to say anything, but I may, if I could, take a couple minutes.
You bet.
my first meeting. My name is Robert Sisson. I'm with a startup software company in Sacramento called Pestscope, and we make maps of agricultural pests in real time. It's an endeavor that got started out of a hackathon that was held down at West Hills College in Coalinga. And we're pursuing that, and it may be of interest separately to different folks and CAPCA and other organizations. But in developing this, something that's very important to us also is rural broadband, because we would like to be able to bring connectivity there are a whole panoply of technologies that should be delivered to agriculture. My own background, working previously with the IBM company, was in hospital information systems, and I think that there's a huge need for an integrated pest management information system. And we've built some prototypes on that, and we're working on the front end of that, which is basically real-time maps. Basically, they look like weather radar, except it's what's really out there right now, not just immediately on your own property, but over a whole area. But in doing research for this, we've come across ideas that were talked about here today. Your issue of what to do about backup for power in the event that PG&E comes along. There was a really interesting solution that was presented at the UC Davis Big Bang competition a week or so ago. It was a solution that was also presented and won at UC Berkeley a couple of months ago. The engineers took used Nissan Leaf electric batteries and packaged them up into cargo container shipping units. And now their plan is to place these at office buildings which are generating solar power, and then provide a peak supplement that would basically solve getting rid of waste of the batteries and a way to store solar power. But what occurred to me in this discussion here was that you folks might have a venue for this type of solution as well, and there's more than a little bit of urgency associated with it. On the subject of broadband, it's a topic that's debated a lot. Anjit Pai, the FCC chairman, was, I think, in Yolo County a couple of weeks ago looking at this. But there are a lot of folks interested in supplying connectivity to rural, not just in California, not just in the United States, but globally. There was a set of low Earth orbit satellites that was launched a week or so ago. It's getting a little bit of blowback because it can interfere with looking at stars. But nonetheless, it's a approach which basically is looking at a global demand to solve this. There was a conference in San Francisco about 6 weeks ago. It was a global conference, and one of the interesting people that spoke there was Airbus, which is the competitor to Boeing, and they're planning on putting 600 satellites up to do the same thing. And there are at least 2 or 3 other companies that are planning to do that. So as you're planning broadband, keep in mind that there are solutions apart from the standard cellular model that is going to be available. So those are a little bit random, but they do tie to interests that you folks had. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thanks for
that.
coming to the meeting today. I hope to see you in San Luis in July.
I'll be a little more comfortable than Sacramento.
Let's hope so. All right, that adjourns our meeting. Thank you, everyone, for coming. Good to see you all.
Thank
And
you.
have a safe travel home.